Hello, how's everyone doing? Welcome to the stream. So, let's see. I think we're all good to go, all set up. Yay. So for today's stream, I'm going to be finishing the animation test that I was doing on Saturday. A little Danny, hello! So the main goal for today is going to be taking a very quick, I forget how long the shot is, like 24 frames, and trying to polish it up as much as we can in the time we have. We blocked most of it out on Saturday. That's the fast part. Once you start getting to facial animation, you can polish it forever. And we can just keep adding and adding and adding little things. So for today, that's going to be the goal, is to see how far we can get and to really try to refine this facial animation. And Felicia, hello. Roger, hello, hello. Hopefully you are all doing well. Hopefully you're enjoying the start of the week, and that it's a fun one for you. For today, the first thing I want to do is kind of review what we did, just in case anyone missed out on what we were doing last week. So let's jump right in. And actually before that, let's start with what we did last week, and then it'll flow a little bit better into the next portion. So, last week, Sculptor at Moderate, hello! At Moderate level, that's an awesome username. Thank you so much for the follow. The first thing we did last week was we started with 2 facial poses. Now, the first pose and the last pose, we really just went for something that has a little bit of contrast to it. Not huge, we could have gone way more cartoony, but I wanted to kind of show a combination of subtle animation as well as more exaggerated animation. Have I used Advanced Skeleton? Very roughly. I don't do much rigging anymore, unfortunately. I do love rigging, but I haven't done rigging for years. But Advanced Skeleton is a pretty good rigging system. I've just used like basic, make a quick little super rough maquette move around just for a scene, but nothing like in depth where you end up painting the weights and stuff. I used to do that a long time ago, but that was with a totally different rigging setup. And Sherry, hello! We started with these 2 expressions here, and I will say this smile expression, there's something creepy about it. And I noticed it in the stream, and we kind of just went along with it. But then I took a break, and I came back later, and I tweaked it. And I'll show you what I tweaked it to in just a second here. But just want to let you know that this is something that will happen. You're going to be animating, and you look at an expression, it's like, it's smiling. It's doing whatever it's supposed to do, but it's not right. If that happens, a lot of time it's just getting someone else to take a look at it, or it's taking a step away and then coming back, and you'll notice, oh wait, that's what was wrong the whole time. What are you using to make expressions? I'm using rigs that are already created. So this rig, for example, is from Animation Mentor, which is the school I actually teach at. You can actually find information down below the video. But it is just a full rig here. So this was made by someone else, and this is an awesome rig. I love this rig. And you're doing facial rigging at work? Ooh, facial rigging is tough. I admire dedication to that, because that is a lot of hard work. Riggers, we need to take our hats off to riggers, because they do a lot of the work that without them, well, we wouldn't be able to animate in CG for animators. We owe them a lot. How is rigging like that done? Very, very... It's very complex. I can kind of show a little sneak peek here. Basically, you'll have a facial skeleton. Yeah, exactly. Riggers are wizards. The magic they do is amazing. So you'll have a skeleton base underneath this character. This is what controls the majority of everything. From there, there's a lot of different ways, especially for facial rigging, that you can go about it. In this case, this rig uses a lot of blend shapes. So for example, if I go under shape editor here, you'll see this is where all the blend shapes on this rig are stored. And once it loads up, it's a little slow. You can see this is all of the blend shapes for this rig. A lot of them. So it's a lot of minute detail work, painting weights on the skin so that certain things will affect controls. For example, if you raise your arm, you don't want the muscle or the skin of the torso to move along with the arm, so you have to paint the weights of the skin so that stays still while the lower arm moves. But you also do want some movement in the shoulder and the clavicle. It's tough. So it is a huge topic. Like, you could start right from the base. It's a simple skeleton is just, you've got your skeleton, you take your geometry, you skin it, and you can either do a soft skin or a hard skin. Soft skin makes it so it deforms like skin. But then you have to go into the weight painting after that, and then you have to go into the correctives, and then you have to go into the blend shapes, and then you have to go into it just goes on and on and on. So it is a deep topic, and this is why, like, riggers, I can never thank them enough, because when they make an amazing rig, it blows my mind that they were able to go through all that to make something for others to use. It is fantastic. But going back to the animation here, so we made the two expressions. Very basic, nothing too tricky, kind of simple expressions. And then the next thing we did was we animated it. And in terms of animation, we just used the basic animation that Maya gave us right from default. Go from one pose to the next. And this is what we got. Not really interesting. There's a lot of problems here. The big one is that everything's moving together. There's no offsets, and they're taking way too long to move. The face does not move slowly. The face moves very quickly. If you've watched previous streams where I was analyzing, for example, Moana, or the facial animation in other cartoons, Zootopia and all of those, we kind of noticed that in general, faces take about 3 to 4 frames to go from one expression to another. Now, this is not the whole face. This is the individual elements. Brows take about 3 to 4 frames to go from, for example, a frown to surprised look. Eyes will take 3 to 4 frames to go from one expression to the other. The mouth will take 3 to 4 frames to go from a pout to a smile. Now, there's going to be some residual animation afterwards, so it will keep moving a little bit, moving holds, all of that, overshoots. But where you read the difference between one pose to the next, the change in expression takes 3 to 4 frames typically. Sometimes it's a little longer, but from our analyses that we saw, it was about 90% when we started framing through. So this is too slow. It's just horrible. So the first thing we did here was we tightened it. So there's a hold at the beginning, hold at the end. The expression moves much faster. Does that make it better? No. In ways, it makes it worse. Because now we really feel that everything just starts moving at exactly the same time. It's absolutely still, moves absolutely still. Not appealing. She's going from annoyed to cringing smile. Exactly. From there, we did another pass where we started offsetting things. And already that feels more alive. So if we frame through this, you'll notice that instead of everything moving together, so here, The head moves, the eyes start to move, the brows moves, the mouth moves, everything starts to move on the same frame, and then ends this movement on the same frame. So we offset things. Now, if we look at this, you can see the eyes start to move first, then the brow reacts, then the rest of the face starts to move. And then things stop at slightly different times as well. Now it's starting to look better, just with that slight offset. Is it close to done? No. Because things are still hitting too hard. It's still not visually interesting. From there, we started adding more extremes in the brows. They popped a little too much there. Then we got into this, where we added a little bit of motion in the body and some arcs. So this is where suddenly things are starting to look more visually interesting. If we look at this, look at how the head moves. If you watch the nose, it's just kind of there, and then there. It's like it's on a hinge. It's just straight and boring, and it's not great. So by adding a little bit of an arc, if you look at the nose now, it goes down, around, and then up. That alone adds so much more. There's a little motion in the shoulders, a little too much motion personally, but it gives an extra layer of life to this motion. And all we did was we pushed the arcs. We added overshoots, anticipation, basically the base, well, the 12 principles of animation, the things you learn if you're an animation mentor, the things you learn in class 1. That's what we're starting to apply here. And that already made a huge difference. Just that arc in the nose. Now, does this mean we're done? No. This was just the overall head motion. Now we've got to dig in deeper. Now, at this point, we kind of ran out of time in the last stream. But after the stream, like I said before, I left. I came back because I wasn't happy with this smile here. Like Sculptor mentioned, it looks like she's smiling, but it's the cringy smile. It doesn't feel genuine. There's something like missing in there. Oh, take care. Good night, Swede. Thank you so much for dropping by. Swede Mafia Leader. That's an awesome username. So I decided, I need to go through here and push it and figure out what's going wrong. Oh, and thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. So let me show this here. I want to show the difference between the two. So here is the new expression. It's very similar, but ever so slightly different. And I feel this one is just a little bit more genuine. It still needs a little bit of work. I did this in like 10 minutes or so. So it needs a little tweaking here and there. There's a few things I kind of want to push to make it a little bit happier. But it's reading way better. The big reasons, well, the brows are just a little bit more visually interesting. I found the other ones kind of just made this, let's kind of draw it in here, this M shape like that, which is not really that appealing compared to this nice curve in here. The eyes felt a little flat. On the top, they were just kind of not as expressive as I wanted to. And then especially the bottom lids, they were a little too high, especially if she's got very big eyes. The fact that they have to go up so high started to make her look like she's doing this. She's squinting a little versus actually just being happy. So I dropped the lower lids, and that made a huge difference. There's still this kind of pressure in here of the cheek, but not nearly as much. It looks like she's not tensing her cheeks in the new one. Yeah, exactly. We do tense our cheeks, especially in a genuine smile, but I push it so far that it started going into squinting territory versus smiling territory. And this is going to be the biggest hurdle that all of you who are doing facial animation will run into. it is literal pixels at times between one expression to another. Just shaping the eye in a tiny different way is going to change everything. And kind of playing with that can be tricky and frustrating at times, but also a lot of fun because you can get those micro expressions and get some really cool stuff. And Mago, hello! So after that, the next thing I did was I pushed the smile. And I wanted kind of just a more, I guess, gentle smile versus a big toothy grin. So I just kind of closed the lips a little bit and then pushed the seal of the lips on the corner so that we don't get that big V shape in here. What I like about this personally, and this is something I like to do in a lot of my poses, is it avoids the tangent. So the problem with this on this side is if imagine the visual shapes, we have the corner of the mouth here, and then, so that's the cheek right there, and then the lines of the mouth come in and do this. Now, why is that bad? Because it adds a lot of lines that meet up in one place. Because we're doing this, if we kind of do a close-up of that section like that, we have one coming in this way, another coming in this way, so that's 2, 3, 4, and then a 5th line right here if we kind of split them like that. So that creates 5 visual lines that we're looking at this mouth corner here. That is complex. That's a lot of complexity that we're looking at. By sealing the corner, what we get is 3. 1, 2, 3, because these have been joined in. Much cleaner, much simpler, easy to look at. So, is it necessary to always do that? No. But you want to watch how close that seal becomes so that they don't just come to one tiny point. It's either better to spread it out a little bit or tighten it up like I did here. This will give you a more pleasing design, typically. And this is a similar thing in modeling, for example, if anyone here wants to do modeling. When we're trying to connect faces together, usually we want to avoid 5 or more than 4 edges coming into one point. So for example, if you've got your faces here, a face here and a face here, face here, face here, well, this point here has 4 lines coming in. That's good. But if you have maybe a face like this, suddenly this point has 5 edges going in right in there. Is that bad? No, but it can cause weird deformations. Usually we want to put these kind of lines wherever there's going to be very little deformation. You wouldn't want to put it like near the eye or the mouth. That's going to cause issues. And in another way, we don't want n-gons. So n-gons are a polygon face that has more than 4 edges. They should always be 4 or 3. Not always, but as much as we possibly can. That's a whole other detour, but it's the same design principle. Having too many edges coming into one spot tends to make things unappealing. A 5 intersection is called a butterfly. Oh, that's awesome. I never knew that. I knew like this is an n-gon. I knew that, but I never knew this actually had a technical term. Butterfly. Nice. I'll have to remember that. That's a good name for it. That's awesome. And Cinema, hello! So, at this point, we're kind of ready to keep going with our animation. Now, what happens when you're at this point? So, we are ready to start animating. We're ready to come back into our animation and just full steam ahead, go into it. Well, we look at this, and do we just jump straight into Maya and just start animating and hoping for the best? You can. There's nothing wrong with that. But it can be counterproductive at times. Because if you don't have a plan of attack, one of the biggest things that can happen is that you start fighting your own animation. What I mean by that is maybe we start to animate the eyes, really go through and put a ton of details in the face and the eyes, all of that stuff. And then we realize, oh wait, I have to turn the head. Okay, let's add in some motion to the head. And then all of that detail you added into the eyes doesn't work anymore because you've changed the angle of the head. Now you have to redo all of that work. That can happen very easily with the face. Because everything is kind of interconnected, we don't want to fight ourselves. And are the eyes closing or doing a half blink? They're just doing a half blink right now. So not quite closed all the way. Now there is a little bit of a weird eyelid motion. This is because I changed the final pose. So the bottom lids are kind of doing an extra little shift at the end there, which is a little odd. And so is the screen left brow. It kind of wiggles down. So that's going to be something I'm going to be fixing. So what I like to do when I'm at this stage, especially like I've got everything pretty much in place, now it's time to polish it up and really sell it. And Space Cadets, hello! Thank you so much for the follow. So the first thing I do is I make a list. I usually have some sort of notepad or like just scrap paper with me on my desk. Keep a pencil or pen at hand. You could also do this on the computer with like a notepad or something. I personally like to do it on paper. This is actually a psychological thing. In general, people remember something written on paper way more than if you type it out. It's just because you have that tactile, you're actually physically interacting with it. And Aurora Star, thank you so much for the follow as well. So I like to do this. That's personal preference. Whatever you want, that's fine. The reason you write it down. One, it makes you a to-do list. So I've written down, I don't know if you guys will be able to see this, if it'll focus. Yeah. So I've written just a bunch of stuff there, just quick notes. And I just looked at my shot and went, okay, let's try to figure out everything it needs as much as I can. And I wrote everything that I saw down. In this case, I've got 15 different things on this first pass. There's going to be more, but this is what I currently need to focus on. Okay, we've got our to-do list. Why is this helpful? Well, two things. One, when we finish something on our to-do list, we can cross it off. That is another psychological thing where if you cross it off, it lets your brain move on. One of the big issues that can happen when you're animating is, for example, let's say we're tweaking the eyes. And we're working on the eyes, working on the eyes, working on the eyes. Oh, wait, I should do the mouth. Working on the mouth, working on the mouth. But, oh, wait, I still need to do the eyes. Did I really finish it? Go back to the eyes. Oh, wait, no, I didn't finish the mouth yet. And now you're starting to bounce back and forth between these little things. And when you're dealing with subtle animation or with, like, polishy stuff, that little bouncing back and forth can kill your productivity. So, you have your to-do list. I finished the eyes. Done. Cross it off. It is done. Move on. The only time I'll check to see if the eyes might have something else is when I do another play blast, at which time I'll do another list. Okay, so that's one. It gives you that psychological closure, which surprisingly works really well. Two, and this is my favorite part, is that it allows you to number what you should be doing. So on this list, I numbered the exact order I want to approach all of this. This way, I can make sure that I'm addressing all the core elements first, things like moving the body, moving the head, anything big that will affect the smaller elements. I get those out of the way first, and then I move on to the smaller elements in a strategic way versus bouncing around randomly and then forgetting something or having to redo something. Exactly. Who doesn't love a to-do list? It's fantastic. I have a problem where I don't throw lists away because I kind of like to see, oh, what did I do on this project? I've got a folder under my desk. It's just like papers like that of just lists and lists of like, oh, tweak the eye on this frame, do that on that frame. It's horrible. But it also kind of, you look back on it, it's like, man, I did a lot of tweaks on those shots. You kind of feel good about it. So I've got this list, and that's what I'm going to be doing today, is I'm going to start approaching it using this list and polishing from there. And we're going to be removing from this list. That's fine. But at least we're approaching this strategically and not randomly. That is the big thing you want to avoid. That's what I give my students. Nice. I concur with that. All of my students, I try to teach them how to do a list like this as soon as I can, because I remember the day this was taught to me. It was from one of my mentors, or technically my brother's mentor, David Tart. He is an awesome mentor. He works at Animation Mentor, as well as I forget which studio he's at now, but he teaches at Animation Mentor, and he is so much fun and so good. And when he taught us this, my mind, like, well, let me put it this way. At first it's like, oh, okay, I can see the use of that. And then I tried it, and that's when my mind went, it works. And it was so much better. It boosted my productivity so much, because I had such a big problem of nitpicking and not getting things done. That helped. So I'm just going to keep this list off to the side here. What did he show you? How to make lists. So basically, hit this kind of list method here. This is David Tart's method that I learned from him. And I can't remember who he learned it from. But this made a huge difference. Because before I would just keep everything in mind. It's like, oh yeah, I know I have to tweak the eyes. I don't need to write it down. I know I have to do it. I know I have to tweak the mouth. It's obvious. Why would I need to write it down to tell myself that I have to do this big thing? And it does help. Really, it does help. Even if it's super obvious. I keep my notebooks of all my notes from Q&As, critiques, and my own notes. Yeah, it is fun. I've still got things from when I was in class 1 and in the Maya lab. Let's see. We learned the hard way to use this. Yeah, exactly. When I had him, he had a huge goatee. Yes, he still has it. And now it's kind of braided, which is really cool. When Cameron and I had him, he was clean shaven. So when we saw him with a goatee a few years later, that was a big shock. One for work, can't mess this up. Exactly. And again, paper or digital is fine. You can use your iPad, your phone, piece of paper, a notepad on the computer itself. I would try with physical paper. His name is David Tart. He is an awesome guy. Really, really fun. He has a great sense of humor. With this, let's actually just dive in. So I'm going to minimize this here, and we're back into Maya. Yes, he did. I think he worked on Toy Story 2. I think that was one of his first CG animations. And then he's worked on a lot of cool things since then. So let's jump in here. So number 1 on my list. Technically it's number 0 because I noticed it later and then just had to put a number back. Don't worry about getting the exact numbering. I don't know if you guys saw it when I brought it closer, but my numbering isn't perfect. So for example, I wrote 1, 2, 3, 4, started getting through things, and then I noticed, oh wait, I've got this thing that should really go first. So I just named that number 0. And then I was going through, and I noticed I forgot another one that's supposed to go somewhere in the middle of the list, and then I just named it 2.5 instead of like rewriting all the numbers. It's not a final list that other people have to see. This is for yourself. Like, don't worry about it. As long as you can make sense of it. Yes, Final Fantasy. Good music. Oh, I love the music. And GK Giovanni, thank you so much for the follow. I've only ever played Final Fantasy 1 on the Game Boy Advance. And it was so much fun. I want to play the others because the story seemed like so much fun. I just need to get the time. Okay, so first thing, before we start bouncing around here, is I noticed that the shoulders are just moving a little too much. The focus here is the face, and right now, those shoulders are kind of bouncing up too much. So this is going to be the rotate Z. Now, when you're focusing on animation, especially when you're starting to go into the refining phase and you're really in the graph editor, one thing that can be very helpful is this feature in Maya, which is go under channels and sync graph editor display. By default, this is turned off. What happens when you turn this on is, let's say I need to focus on my rotate Z on both of these shoulders. Well, to do that, I could hit rotate Z and then scroll down, rotate Z there. Okay, I've got both of them. But what if I'm dealing with a bunch of controls like that and I need the rotate Z on this control and the rotate Z on scroll up that control and the rotate Z here and the rotate Z over here? Suddenly this gets tedious and it is a nightmare to deal with. By turning on Sync Graph Editor Display, I can select both of these controls. Oh, I need to focus on Rotate Z. Click on the channel box. My graph editor only shows me the Rotate Z. Oh, I need to work on the Rotate Y. Click, Rotate Y, Rotate X, Translate. Done. So I could have 60 different controls, and one click, I'm only looking at the rotates on all of them. That is so much fun. When I learned this, like last year sometime, I think it was, or 2 years ago, it's like, oh, so much better. I wasted so much time scrolling through that outliner. Yeah, definitely try that. And Salty Skeg, hey, thank you so much for the follow. So let's tone this shoulder motion down. Now, I do want to keep a little bit of the bounce, so I'm going to scale this down first, and then let's kind of move that bounce down ever so slightly and see how this works. Oops. My timeline just exploded. There we go. That's better. Oop, wrong side. Redock that timeline. Wants to dock for me. No, it won't dock. It just... Okay, I'll just have to put it on top here for now. Almost... There you go. So... Let's look at those shoulders now. Okay, that's better. It's a little smaller. Now, the other thing I was noticing is that they kind of come up a little evenly right here. So I might, just for the sake of visual interest in the shoulders, I might try to take that rotate Z and create a little bit of an anticipation with them. Also, I might offset them so that they happen just a little later. I want the eyes to react here. So those go first, then the brow, then the head, and then I want the shoulders to go. So let's try this. Let's set a key and kind of bring these down slightly. And what this is going to allow me to do is make this portion just a little bit more dynamic. Now I've also offset this from the rotate Y. So if I look at my rotate Y, you'll see that's a little offset as well. I can probably take my rotate Y and bring it a little closer, but I'm going to keep a little offset to it. This will just give me a nice, more dynamic look to the shoulders here. And let's make sure that the down here doesn't just end up being the same down. Okay. Eyes, brows, head, shoulders. I will have to try. Let's see. Yeah, actually, just in terms of the head, brow, head, shoulders, when you're doing tests, it's good just to focus on one thing. I could be doing a whole body test here, but when you're learning, and you just want to kind of learn, how do I make an expression change? Just focus on this. You don't need anything else. If you want to just hide the neck even and just have the head, just a floating head in empty space, and just do the face, just the face. And you will want to add some head motion to that so the head's not just perfectly still. But you don't have to worry about everything else. So let's see. Yeah, I think that timing wise feels a little better. Now those shoulders do kind of hit and stop right here, so they come down, so down, up, and then I want to feel the down again here a little bit more. Basically I want a little shake in there. And then let's add a little bit of a moving hold right in here. Okay. That's better. Now there is still something that's making these shoulders look weird. And that is, I'm animating the shoulders, I kind of need to animate the chest. As much as I didn't really want to for this exercise, it's never going to look right if I don't. Could you make sometimes a technical demo about Animbot? Technical in what way? Like just exploring all the tools? If so, I could definitely do that. I do know that they have quite a few demos and things on their site. But if there's a specific tool you're looking for, I could definitely kind of go into that. Let me actually write that down. This is the other thing about having a notepad on your desk, is if something comes up, you can always write it down. It's nice, especially when you're at an animation studio. It is very nice. Now, actually, just in terms of studios and notepads and all of that, something that's even more helpful is when you go to a studio, get a flashlight pen. So this is a pen or a pencil that has a light, an LED light at the tip there. What this allows you to do is it lets you write and see what you're writing in the dark. This is very helpful when you're in dailies, when you're actually getting your feedback from the directors or your animation supervisor stuff. Usually you're in a little theater and it's dark and you should be writing notes. Always be writing notes when the director is telling you what to change. If you're writing in the dark, that's a pain. And you don't want to take your phone out because now the light is going to bother the director and it's kind of rude. You want to kind of have that nice polite atmosphere to it. So having a little bit of a pen with a light at the end, and they're not that expensive, that can be a huge bonus. So notepad, pen with a light, you're set. And then you can keep it on your desk and good to go. And Waiko Matrixo, thank you so much for the raid. Aw, thank you so much. I don't know why the notification didn't go up, but I do see it in here in the chat. Awesome, thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. Let's see. What it is good for example? Okay. It's good for a lot of things, but I can show you a few different areas. Okay, so let's I'll try to get that set up for you. Maybe, well, if we, depending on how quickly we finish, I could maybe do it here, but maybe probably on Friday. That way I can go over I can make sure I go through it in detail. But pad is like extra 1 kilogram on the table. A pad, like just a little notepad like this, would only be like a few grams. Awesome. So let's see here. So we were working on the shoulders, and the next thing I needed to do was I needed to focus on the body. Just a little bit. I'm not going to add a ton of animation here. This is just going to be very subtle, and I could even just use the IK control because we're not seeing much else. But just to make sure I'm getting the mechanics right, I'm going to be using the FK controls. And let's just quickly add some motion in here. So as she blinks, I kind of want, let's see, he's going to be standing there, and just maybe a little anticipation back before she kind of relaxes. So let's see. Oh, and Bossification, thank you so much for the follow. So I'm just going to be adding a slight rock to the body. So when do I want that to happen? It'll move before the shoulders, most likely. So probably as the head is coming forward here. Yeah, so the head starts to move on frame 16. Let's have the body start to move back on frame 17, and it's going to be very slight. Now, I'm going to actually over-rotate it here and then tone it down afterwards. So, she comes back. Let's hold that for just a little bit. And this is where I love to use the graph editor because it makes things like this much easier to deal with. And then come forward to a stop. Maybe, let's see, frame 25. Let's see. Mine's running a little slow. I had caching turned on. It's nice when you're playing back, but when you're just kind of framing like this, it can slow things down quite a bit. Okay. I might overshoot a little bit and then have it settle in. So, once I get the kind of base motion in here, the first thing I'm going to do is try to make sure I've got the general range of the motion. So for example, here she is leaning way too far back. So let's just scale this animation down. and it's going to be subtle. Really, as long as it gets some pixels worth of motion, it'll be fine. I don't need much more than that. So he's there. Move back. Okay. Probably a little bit more here. Just so we kind of ease out a little bit. So something like that. Oop, something's going on in the chat. Questions. Okay, so just a little bit of motion in there. Comes back. And now I want to make sure that I hold this a little bit more. So let's bring that in just a little bit here. Maybe add a little bit of a moving hold there. So now it comes in, eases before it kind of goes a little faster, and we get a nice overshoot. And for the overshoot, let's tone that down as well. The new bot. Let's see. Chat is moving in 3 kilometers per hour. That's fine. I don't mind if no one types. A lot of it is people here are working on assignments and stuff. So that's not a problem at all. As long as people are learning something and this is helpful, that's the important thing to me. Let's see, and let's try to clean up this curve here just a little bit more. Put you like that. Maybe I'll put a tiny little ease on this frame as well. Let's see. Oh, what makes the viewport work better when we are animating? Is it the graphics card? I'm going to buy a new computer. I want Mac, but don't want to mess up the overall workflow of it. Macs are okay, but to be honest, I would go PC. They're just for Maya specifically, they're better. Macs are good for a lot of other things, but PC, the master race. PC is not the master race. PC is good for certain things. Mac is great for other things. For Maya, Mac is not great. So it's it really is personal preference. The problem with Mac is a lot of the new updates to the Mac and to Maya, they don't work too well. So it can be, what's the right word? It can hurt your workflow when Mac updates and then suddenly Maya doesn't work, or when Maya updates and then suddenly Maya doesn't work because it's not compatible. So in that sense, I would pick a PC. If you're really more comfortable with a Mac, then that's going to be better because at least you're going to know how to use it. So in terms of what makes Maya run better, it's a combination of the CPU and the GPU and the RAM. So usually if you have about 32 to 64 or 32 gigs of RAM is really good. 16 will work, but 32 is going to be way better. 32 is way better. 64, that would be great, but much more expensive. Then you just want to make sure that you have a good graphics card. Now, for graphics cards, if you have something like an NVIDIA card, you could go for the RTX brand. Those are really good. They are very fast. They're made for gaming. Not so much for Maya, but they're more versatile. You could go for a Quadro card. Quadro cards are made for programs like this, for After Effects, for that kind of work. They're not made for gaming. They're much more expensive, but they will give you better performance. For me personally, I would just go for a really expensive RTX card versus a mid-range Quadro card. They're going to be about the same price. But it's just going to be, you're going to have more versatility to it. If you want to play games, if you want to do streaming, if you want to do anything else, watching videos and stuff, the RTX card is going to be better in that sense. So unless you're making a 100% Maya machine, an RTX card or a GTX card will be better. So it's those things are going to be probably the best things for you, and then a good CPU. Now, in terms of like the processing and stuff, whichever you go with, whether it's Intel or what's the other one? No, I forget. I just had it a second ago. Intel and not NVIDIA. Intel and Radeon. No. Radeon is another. Why can't I think of it? It's Intel, AMD. That's it. Yeah, thank you, AMD. So whether it's Intel or AMD, that's going to be up to you. I believe lately AMD has been kind of leading the pack a little bit more, but they kind of switch one to the other. Let's see. The less time you have to wait for a Playblast, the better. Exactly. And then with Maya's new versions, you do have like cached playback right here. So if you have more RAM, that's very useful for that. Let's see. What would you say if your favorite part about 3D animation on Maya? Oh, what's my favorite part? Looking to learn animation, creating life, but the software seems very complicated. My favorite part, there's a lot of different things. For me, I think my favorite part is when you go from animating a rig. You're just animating, it's just a rig. There's nothing special about this. There's nothing alive about it. It's a puppet. You're animating, and it's not looking great, and then suddenly there's that moment where it's no longer a rig anymore. It's a character. They're alive, they're thinking, they're breathing. They are more than what they were before. And the same thing with like pencil and paper. You're animating, it's just pencil lines on a piece of paper. And then suddenly it goes into something more. Suddenly it's alive, it's thinking. It's just pencil on paper. There's nothing changed. It's literally, like if you're doing it on physical material, it's charcoal or graphite on a piece of paper, and it's alive. That moment to me is amazing. It's magical, and it's not the sense of, oh wow, I did that. It's just more of the sense of, how did this happen? How is that possible? And it never gets old for me. Now, in terms of the software, seems very complicated. It is complicated, but the actual methods of animating is very simple. All the other tools don't really need to be learned. So for example, look at Maya. It is a mess of controls. You've got menus everywhere. It is just so much stuff to look at. But most of this is not necessary. So you can actually simplify your animation process to very few things. So for example, my general animation process is you select a control, you hit the S key on the keyboard to set a key, and you move the control. And then you just keep doing that. And then you're done. The only tool I will consistently use is the graph editor. And the graph editor is really, it looks complicated. It looks like a big bowl of colored spaghetti. But it is very simple in the sense that it's just showing you what Maya is interpolating in your animation. So for example, I've just animated the chest here, just a little bit of motion in there. and already that feels way better. And what it's just showing me is on the rotate X, these are my keys and the way Maya is connecting those controls. That's it. If you know how to do that, you hit the S key and you know how to look at the graph editor. Even the graph editor isn't that necessary. It just makes things a lot easier. You know those two things, they're pretty much ready to go. There's not much more to that. Everything else that you learn is things that can help speed things up. So for example, if I want to track the end of the nose and make sure I have a nice arc, well, I can learn, oh, there's editable motion trails or arc trackers. Click that. It's also under the visualize menu up here. And it's going to take a little bit here. There we go. That shows me the arc. And that's why it took so long. It shows me the arc of the nose. So there we go. You can kind of see it right there. That just gives me a visual update on what's going on. Do you need to do that? No. Oftentimes I don't use arc trackers or whatnot anymore. I just look at it in the viewport and kind of get an idea of how it's moving. So animation is simple. It's difficult. It is very difficult. There's a lot of things you need to learn, but most of them are not software based. They are principle based, the principles of animation and the psychology of animation, all of that. So don't let the software stop you. There will be moments, and this goes for everyone here, and anyone who's an animation mentor right now will probably attest to this. Maya or any animation software sucks at times. There will be moments where you just want to burn your whole computer because it crashed or it broke or something went wrong. In those cases, it is not, or how to put this, your best solution is not to fight it alone, but instead to have a community you can fall back on, so that if you do run into something, oh, suddenly Maya doesn't work anymore, and it's not working, things aren't moving the way they should, you can ask a friend, ask community, and oh, you just hit this, and then you're back to work. That's going to be the best thing. Oh, and yeah, I don't have the Pratt Bros, but I think if I do this, it's the Pratt Bros. We should probably just register Pratt Bros if it's open now. Last time I checked, it wasn't. So let me double check here. I missed a little bit in the chat. Okay. Are you sure productivity better? AMD better? AMD and Intel, it's interchangeable at times. It's really just look up the latest reviews. Thanks a lot for that. Sad, but I'm gonna have to go buy a PC. PCs, if you're using it for primarily Maya, PC is gonna be the, I don't want to say better way to go, but more reliable way to go, and it gives you more options. Let's see. If I animate a simple leaf, you would say it was easy. Leaves are hard. Leaves are very tricky. It's not great, I know, but it's true. I say this is what I would call cartoonish, but I don't think it's that bad. I just see things quite differently now all the time, and that's what's so interesting about you using this different setup on. How do you even start using it? Oh, if I animate a simple scene of 2 cubed and that's it, then why don't I just do a 2D image and save it as an AI for the software to use? It depends on what you're animating it for. For example, if you need to light it and render it later on, something like Maya would work. If it's just a 2D shot, then you can definitely use After Effects or Illustrator. You can animate in Illustrator. You could use something like Clip Studio or Toon Boom Harmony or anything like that. Just simple as save, don't save, and then... Okay. I animate with a pen. Yes, I do. So I work on a tablet. This is the only way I animate. I don't like animating with a mouse. The main reason is it hurts my wrist. And I find it slower. I've gotten so used to a pen that I animate way faster with that. Let's see. Talking about Ancient Student Reel, when will you be updating your reel? So we haven't updated our reel since we graduated AM, which was a long time ago. At some point, I do want to update them, but a lot of the work we have is under NDA, and then a lot of the work that I would want to put on there, I kind of have to take the time to polish it up, which unfortunately I don't have that much free time. Let's see, an animation without a pen is ridiculous. You're essentially just taking a digital color picture and shading it. More professional. Actually drawing on the canvas. Usually impossible to see the line joins with just one brushstroke. Okay. Buy a new wrist. Let's see. Okay. I'm not sure. Ornong and person normal. Seems, just to double check it, you guys aren't bots. Some of this conversation seems a little odd. I might be totally wrong here, but it is interesting to watch. So hopefully that answers your questions. And regarding the pen, I would highly recommend it. It is tricky to get used to, but once you get used to it, it does speed up your workflow. And for me personally, it's nice because if ever you need to switch between like doing something like this and then suddenly, oh wait, I should doodle something, you can do that right away. Even if you don't know how to draw very well, that doodling ability is very, very useful. So let's keep going here. So we did the shoulder, we did the body. Let's cross that out on the list. Now, when I'm crossing something out, I won't cross it out completely. I'm not going to do the right through. Instead, what I do is I'll just put a little symbol next to it to show that I've done it. The reason for this is it could not be correct yet. It could be that I've actually just ruined it or made a mistake. And if I cross it out, I don't want to accidentally forget about it. Let's see it. The new bot, that's pretty much a bot, I think. That reply took 0.1 seconds. Yeah, let's see. I think that's pretty much a bot. Okay. And Sunflower, hello! And so, yeah, I think they're bots. It's kind of cool that we've got bots in here. It's kind of interesting to listen or to watch because it seems like they're listening in on what I'm saying, doing some sort of like speech to text, and then analyzing it to find out replies, which is actually kind of fascinating to see, because like this bot, I am not a bot, I am a human, is the same reply over and over. It is kind of, it's creepy. It's like right into that uncanny valley where it's like, I don't know, it's like it's a fascinating look into the human psychology, or I should say the artificial intelligence psychology. But let's see, they're kind of flooding things, so unfortunately I'm gonna just ban them. I do kind of like to see where it would go, but it makes it hard to find the questions from you guys, which is much more important. I want to make sure I get your questions. Uh, Yagar Myar. That's that's super creepy. Since the helmet is meant to be worn in space, that is a interesting change from the conversation. Oh, who would be doing this? It's probably just some random bots that just join channels randomly. Like that one there. Who would be doing this? Who would be doing this? Developing a clock for Linux, you know? It tried really hard. But for a while, when I first started Twitch, there were bots that would join the channel specifically to look for giveaways and join giveaways on Twitch. So when a Twitch streamer would go, hey, we're doing a giveaway, just type in something in the chat, they would listen in for that and then type it in. And they would just join, like, one bot could join hundreds of streams and kind of enter the giveaways. Now, in this case, what I'm guessing is it's probably just people trying to increase their bots' fidelity. So they just put them into the stream so that they learn. At first, they're going to be really stupid, like quote unquote stupid, in the sense of they're not going to be saying things properly, like we saw here. It's just kind of random responses. They're listening, but it's not like it's oddly disjointed in some ways. But then the more it does it, the more it learns. That's one of the cool things with artificial intelligence, is that you just keep running it through cycles and it just gets smarter and smarter. So if you can just dump your bots into a bunch of different streams, you get this kind of perpetual learning. For what reason? It could be things like just for fun, just to troll people, but also it can be for actually trying to make it smarter. Like they actually want to make a smart bot. Now, for the end result, it could be just because they want to try and see if it's possible, or to see if they can make kind of like VTuber kind of things of just having bots join servers and inflate the numbers. So computer vision, yeah. So for example, I have a friend who developed an artificial intelligence for World of Warcraft, and he basically created these bots that he could put into World of Warcraft and it would act like actual players. He didn't do it maliciously. It wasn't to troll people or anything like that. It was simply because he wanted to see if it was possible and how, if he could write a script in this program that would let them learn on their own. And he actually did it. And for a long time, people wouldn't realize that they were dealing with a bot. It would reply to the other people. It would move in a realistic way. It would take damage. It wasn't perfect in the sense of it's a machine, so it knows everything that's going to happen. And it was just kind of a fascinating experiment. There was no real end goal, but it was just kind of to see where he could go with it. Let's see. I like smaller chill streams where the chat is like a small family. Me too. I was actually watching a few streams yesterday, some bigger streams, and I couldn't keep up with the chat. Not in a bad way, but it's just there's so much going on that I just had to close off the chat and focus on what the people were doing. The chat was just distracting me too much. It's something I like about our chat here is it goes by pretty slowly most of the time, so it kind of feels more personal. It doesn't feel like I'm just missing 100 messages every second, and I actually like that. It lets me make sure I'm getting to everyone. Now, I'm just noticing here there's a little bit of lip discoloration here. Looks like some textures got missed. I'll have to update that in a little bit. But let's see. Let's jump back in here. We kind of got a little distracted there with bots, but it was a fun distraction. Now, let's see. The next thing on my list here is the bottom eyelids. So, Right now, because I changed that last pose, the bottom eyelids are actually going up here and then down. So I need to just go in my graph editor and simplify this. So we can see right there. This is the big issue right here. So as she's coming down, she blinks, her bottom lids go up. But then after that, they should really just go down. Right here. And this is the rotate Z, actually. Well, actually, I should tone that down too. Or else the eyelid's going to shift in a weird way. And let's just ease that in. Let's see. Make sure I'm getting to update that a little bit. Jump back with bots. Oh, so it gives me that little bit of insight to the game. Teammates have that low latency. It's good for people who are hearing impaired to hear the ball. But at the end, the game is really fun for people. Yeah, exactly. Oh, wait. Yeah, I was thinking all the names are color coded, and after I read that, it's like, wait a second. It's only got one T. Interesting. Another bot. Ah. Oh. Boop. They're getting sneaky. Now, that is a bot I'm not a fan of. Simply because now it's starting to impersonate people. And, well, for example, like I wasn't paying attention. I just looked over and it's like, oh, wait, it's a little Danny. He wrote something. And it took me a second because the color is different and there's missing a T. But if I hadn't been paying more attention, and if a little Danny hadn't said something afterwards, it could have easily been, oh, well, why is he typing this kind of stuff now? So that I'm not a fan of. Bots just being bots on their own, they can do what they want. But when they start impersonating people and especially potentially harming people's credibility or respectability, that not so great. Let's see. So there's another one. We're getting a lot of bots today. I was talking through the shadows and this made no sense. I am. The AI invasion has begun. There we go. Close the chat. I might just have to. But then I'm gonna lose you guys into the bot hell. Okay. So, what I want here is the bottom lids should come up here for the blink. And then I might have them continue up just a little bit more and then come back down. Clone Wars, exactly. Exactly, Sin. I'm the only clone, or is Cameron the clone? One of us is the clone, and that can be all there is. We accept no others. We're their paymasters. What I need to do is promote some people to mods. This way, you guys have the power to ban. You wield the ban hammer with righteous fury. Okay. I think this is getting a little too low here. I kind of want to bring this back up. Not too much. But maybe something like that. I'm technically the older one. But it could be that Cameron just sent out his clone to make sure everything was safe. So there's no guaranteeing who's actually the clone. Oh. And Sin. They got you. No. Look at that. They actually cloned Sin. Oh, no. See, I know what is happening. It is fascinating and horrifying at the same time. Okay. Oh, no worries. I'm sorry for you guys because it's just kind of slowing things down. To me, it's kind of fascinating to see it, like, what's going on. But I will try to focus a little bit more on the animation so we can get through this. It is kind of an epic moment. It's kind of like when we got the first troll a few weeks ago, the first true troll. That was actually kind of an interesting moment. Okay. So I think the bottom lid is pretty much done there, so let's mark that off. Basically, I just needed to make it a little less. It kind of bounced. We're all bots. Yes, the bot invasion has begun, and we have converted. Tell me about the troll. Oh, it's just someone who is spamming people and making racist comments. Nothing. There's not much of a story to it. But it was kind of funny. Like, they started spamming stuff and then went, "Ban me! I dare you!" And then I banned him. And that was it. And it was kind of funny in that sense of just, "Bam me!" or "Ban me!" It was just so sad. Okay. So, bottom lids. Number 2 on my list. Top lids are hitting too hard. So let's address that. It was funny because he did go, "Ban me." It was just so strange. Suicidal troll. Okay, now let's ease that rotation a little bit more. This is better there. Okay. Let's do the translates. That's going to be the big one. And actually, I need to double check my translate X as well because, as you can see, there's kind of a little pop right in there. Now, the translate X is typically one that you don't have too much of when you're doing eyelid shapes. But in my case, I kind of kept it because I'm angling the eyes so much. I wanted to make sure I'm getting that kind of sideways motion. It adds a little bit more visual interest to those shapes. And it helps to shape the eye just a little bit more. It's not actually necessary. We're all minions bots now. Yes. It was the plan all along. Skynet has risen. Okay. Translate Y. This is the one I'm looking for. So right now what's happening is the eyelids hit too hard right here. They kind of reach their peak right there and just stop. And eyes typically take a long time to stop. So if we go from the closed pose here, it starts to open. So let's say 17 is the base. 18, 19, 20. It takes 3 frames to open up these eyes, not much. But then after that, we can take about, like, we could take 12 frames if we wanted to, and just have the eyes slowly opening a little bit more. So let's kind of try that. So 20 here to, let's go to 30. Let's do 10 frames. And basically what I'm just going to do is make a very slight moving hold. And it's going to be just the tiniest bit. So for example, here I can have the lids just ever so slightly at the black of the eye, of the iris. Just something like that. Maybe a little lower. Let's go right around here. You can exaggerate a little bit more after. Okay. Now, I'm gonna break this down just a little bit. And ease that just a little bit more. Right in there. So there's still a little bit of motion going on. Ever so slightly. So we just get this slight shift, and even here, there's just this slight opening through the eyes. Now I might have to push it a little bit more because we are kind of a little far away from the character, but something like that should help already. Okay, so that should do that. We'll see. The pout is awesome. Yeah, those pupils, I didn't change them. These are the default pupils. By default, they are very big. So oftentimes for my own shots, I will just take the pupils and actually, I kind of like to scale them down just a tad. Not too much or else you'll get into evil eye, which doesn't take much when you start going into something like that, for example. But just a little smaller can help give more focus to the character. It also gives the feeling that they're not in a pitch black room. Where did I get this rig? This is from Animation Mentor. So this is the rig that the school gives out. I think Sunflower, you've been cloned as well. Now there's Sunflower 8. Oh no. That is sad. Poor number 8 died before its time. Okay. Yeah, exactly. It was a lesser version of Sunflower 10. So let's see. So we've got the top lids. Now, next on my agenda here was I did want to offset those lids as well. So this is something I try to do with eyelids when I'm animating. You guys who've been in my classes know this. But as the eyelids come up and down, we usually don't want to offset the timing of a blink. So we don't want for example, the one eye to close and then the other and then do this. That's going to feel weird. Even if it's one frame, it tends to feel kind of strange. Instead, I want to take that same timing but offset the spacing in between. And the way I'm going to figure this out is basically just thinking, what is the character going to be reacting to? So for example, if she's really interested in what she's looking at over here, I might want to open up with that eye first, or a little faster, so she's kind of looking at it and like push that eye open a little faster. So let's start with that first. So as the eyes start to open right here, let's just lower this one a bit and increase this one just a tad. Now I do have to shape the eyes still. That's on my to-do list. But even something like that. Oh no, Jupit as well? Did they get them too? The color seems different. Yeah, Jupit was blue. The account was created 1 minute ago. Let's see. They got you too, Jupit. Everyone's being cloned. No. Let's see. Offsetting the eyelids on a blink. You can offset it a little bit. It depends on the shot. Typically, we want to try and avoid it, but I do agree. Like, if you can offset just a little bit, it adds so much. So even like here, suddenly this feels just a little bit more dynamic. It kind of makes her look a little drunk as well on this one frame, but that's fine. No one's going to actually register this. No one's going to see it. They're just going to feel it. And even here for the moving hold, I could lower this just the tiniest bit. Not enough where it looks like she got hit in the head, but just enough where that eye is going to ease a little bit more than the other. Just a little bit. Let's see. Animation is fun. If it's something that it interests you, I highly recommend it. I might add one more frame here just to kind of ease this motion a little bit more. We'll see. I kind of want to make that a little softer. It kind of felt like it was hitting too much and then just stopping, just based on the curve. Oh no, Sunflower. They got you again. Now it's Sunfior. Let's see. I think there are settings in here. I'll have to double check something here. I believe there are options to block block accounts that were created like 2 minutes ago or something like that. But the problem with that is I'm never sure. Well, I wouldn't stop them anyway, unfortunately. Let's see. Animation is state of mind. It is in a way. It's kind of just viewing the world a little differently and kind of thinking through motions a little bit more. Yeah, exactly. I would have to look into some bot detection. Right now I'm using the Twitch default moderation tools, which worked pretty well for 2 years, but I'll probably have to look into some new moderation tools. Oh, you can make it a subscribers only chat room for like 10 minutes. Maybe, but then I know most people here aren't subscribers, so I wouldn't want to make it so people can't chat. Okay, so this left eye here is holding a little too much. It's not moving for that one frame, so I need to raise that up just a little bit more. Okay. Offset the eyes. Now, same thing on the down. I'm opening up the screen right eye first, so I think I might close that one first as well. Let's see. I don't use any plugins for animating other than the Animbot plugin. And even with that, I will admit that I really don't use it that much. The Animbot plugin is a wonderful plugin. I highly recommend people try it out. It can be very helpful in speeding up your workflow and kind of just giving you a really cool set of tools. But I personally like to work on things myself in terms of the tool sets. I think this rotation here is a little bit much. Oops. And part of that, I will admit, is because I tend to teach early classes in Animation Mentor, which most of the students there won't have plugins. So I'm just used to not dealing with plugins. Okay. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to be doing a shape pass later, but I'm noticing there's quite a bit of a tilt to this eye here. So I kind of want to fix that before I get too far. That's better. Even if it pops over one frame, that's fine. Let's see. Cool thing about Animbot is that studios are using it more and more. Yeah, that is really nice, and it's cool that that developer is getting that kind of attention. It's awesome for him. I have a question. To download dialogue, I can use QuickTime. I don't know if I need to download all the video or for one part. Can you use QuickTime? I don't think so. I never use QuickTime to download videos. So if you're trying to, for example, you get a clip from YouTube or something like that, there are YouTube downloaders. You can just do a search for download YouTube video. That'll get you that. If you're trying to get it from a film, if it's something you own, I would recommend Handbrake. That works really well. If it's something that is on a site that doesn't allow you to get the audio, you can record the screen. Now, I will say this right away: do not pirate anything, and this goes for everyone. We don't want to spread piracy because, well, we're going to be creating these things, and we don't want to have our stuff pirated later on either. So don't pirate it. If it's for educational use or for your own demo reels, then it's fine. That's under fair use. That is a fair use law. That is perfectly fine. In which case, record your screen. If you're on a Windows machine, you can just hit the Windows key plus G, I believe. Mine might actually be Windows Z, I think. And that'll open up a screen recording software. If you're on a Mac, I would recommend checking out OBS. It's what I use to stream, but it's also can be used as a screen recorder. But I'm not sure how to only extract. Oh, so you've downloaded the video and you only want to get the audio. In that case, you can use a program like DaVinci Resolve to convert the video into just audio. And the reason I would recommend that instead of just downloading the audio alone is typically with Maya, you need to make sure that your encoding settings on the audio file are correct in order to be able to put it into the scene. So, for example, for Maya, typically you need a .wav file. I'm going to write this out for you. .wav, and it needs to be 16-bit. It can't be 32-bit audio. Oh, and let's see. Wave 16-bit. There we go. Sometimes MP3s will work, but more often than not, I've found that MP3s tend to kind of get some weirdness to them, or they don't sync up quite right. So just watch out for that. So I'm going to leave that alone and do a shaping pass later. Okay, so we've offset the eyes. Yay. Next, we need to overshoot the brow. Now, the big one is the main motion of the brow. This is going to be the translate Y. And we can even see where we've got this slow sinking of the brow, which is right here. So let's kind of bring that down. I'll also have to shape the brow a little bit more. And I think I might, just so I don't get this kind of big pop right here, I might tone this down so the brow doesn't go quite as high. And this way we get some asymmetry in the face even as it's going up. Okay. So brows come up. The one goes higher than the other. Now it's going to look weird because we're not shaping anything just yet. And then it overshoots. Now the problem right now is the overshoot kind of feels like it's bouncing a little bit, so I'm going to round this out a little bit more. Kind of hold a little bit before coming back down. Let's see. Let's see. I am animating at 24 frames per second. In general, the only time I'm not animating at 24 frames per second is going to be when I am working on video games, in which case it's going to be 30 frames per second. Now, this depends on the studio. Some studios prefer other frame rates. For example, if you're in a UK studio, it's not a bot. In UK studios, they might have you animate at 24 frames per second. Not all studios do that, but some will, based on the kind of UK television, the PAL system. But typically it's 24. I have a question about the pupils. Do we mostly have to have either the bottom or the top touching the bottom or top eyelid? Or is it technically okay for the pupils to not touch the eyelids? Like if a character is surprised? Yeah, it's one of those things where naturally the top eyelid almost always sits on the pupil. So, for example, here at the end, I'm pushing this a little bit too much, and actually, now that I look at it, it is a kind of creepy, so I'm going to bring this down. She looks really happy. There we go. Bring that down just a little bit. So that's typical. You can put it up higher. If you look at lots of cartoons, for example, I think the Grinch, the new animated Grinch, was a good example of this. The character's pupils, or their whole iris actually, is very small in the eye. So their eyes are actually kind of like this. And what's fascinating is it doesn't look creepy like what she is now, but it worked. And because the iris is so small, there's no way that they can have the top eyelids rest on the eyes without making the characters look tired. So do you have to do that? No. It depends on the style of the show. If you're doing a more realistic animation, then yes, it kind of has to do that. It's the same thing with the bottom lid. Usually the bottom lid almost always rests at the bottom of the iris. So top lid rests on the pupil, bottom lid at a kind of standard relaxed state will sit at the bottom edge here. We don't have to do that. We can push it a little bit more. As long as it looks appealing and it doesn't pull it away from the emotion that you're trying to sell, and as long as it stays on model for the character, then it's fine. It is a general rule of what happens in real life that we can push and exaggerate. And especially for extreme reactions like surprise, then yeah, make it big. Really put just white all around those irises. Let's see. I know it's off today's topic. Don't worry, the bots have thrown today's topic completely out of order, so let's just go all out. But I'm currently working on a scene where the character stays seated for 4 seconds. Okay, so about 96 frames. What do you do so the character doesn't freeze, but also doesn't look like it's changing too much? Look for micro actions. It's going to be tricky, but micro actions are going to be your friend. And it's going to be tough because they're going to be so subtle. So, for example, let me actually go full screen here. Oops. And don't close that off. Hee. Okay, so let's say you have a character who's just kind of thinking and looking. I'm just going to do this, that way you can see a hand here. And we've got our acting that has to happen. Well, the character could be absolutely still, just looking, maybe thinking, just like that, like no motion really. They're just sitting there. How do we make that feel alive? It's hard. It really is. Two easy things are eye darts. So when the character's staring, don't just have them stare and the eyes don't move and nothing's moving in the eye. Like that just locks a character off. Unless they are really like dead set on something, like, oh my god, I just shot that guy and what did I just do? And they're like lost in a thought. Usually our eyes are going to dart every so often. So just have kind of a little just like the eyes moving around ever so slightly. Not too much or else they'll just look like they're looking everywhere. But every so often have a little bit of an eye dart. That adds a lot of motion to the eye area, which is kind of the most important. It's where the audience is looking. Okay, so you have a change of expression. Perfect. So for the body, this goes to number 2, breathing. Create a breathing cycle. So for example, if I'm sitting here, if I'm breathing, and I'm going to exaggerate the breathing a little bit, like you can see there's some motion, and that wasn't a big exaggeration. That's just a small breath. So you can see my body is not moving. I'm trying to keep exactly still, but there's this kind of raise and lower of the whole body, of the whole core here. And that is from the breath. A breath is not just inflate, deflate. It is everything. The spine, the shoulders, even the head will have a little bit of motion. A good breath cycle incorporates everything. So for example, let's exaggerate. A breath is like something like that. That is everything blown out of proportion. But if you can add that in, and what's cool is you can just do it on an animation layer, put a breath cycle on there, and then you can scale it up or down using the animation layer and also just loop it. So you animate just a quick little breath cycle, maybe like with a few variants in there. And then you can just animate the intensity. So maybe it's going to be like 2 or 3 small breaths and then a bigger breath. And you can easily add that over the entire shot very quickly, and it'll add that motion to the body. And that's going to be huge. And that way your character doesn't even have to do anything. The other thing you can do is have sympathetic motion in the body. So for example, if there's an expression change, for example, what I'm doing here, I made sure to animate the shoulders and the body. So for example, if a character's smiling, well, when I smile, my expression changes and so does my body ever so slightly. Even if I'm just staying in this pose, arms crossed, and I smile, you can see there's just a little raise in the shoulders. So like, there's just this kind of little lean back, and you can exaggerate that. So maybe a character's sad and they smile and say, oh, that's awesome. Or maybe they go from happy and then, oh, sad. That's a little bit exaggerated, but you could just have even that. The shoulders droop and the core of the body just kind of leans forward. So you find that sympathetic motion wherever you can. Those are kind of the big 3. Now, aside from that, then you're looking for micro expressions or micro movements. So for example, maybe a character is doing this and they might kind of like twitch their fingers a little bit, or like maybe scratch the inside of their palm with their hand, just like a tiny motion. Or maybe they're kind of doing this and it's like, do something like that. Even if it's not in your reference, you just kind of add it in just to keep them alive. But in terms of like, especially you will have scenes where a character is just looking and frozen. The eyes can't dart. They might change expressions. So maybe they're squinting. Oh God, what is that thing over there? Like a horror movie maybe? Where it's well, a little bit of a body motion to add to that expression change, a breath cycle, and then you're pretty much done. So hopefully that answers your question. Oh, should you only have to animate a character breathing when there's no major movements? No, ideally you should have a breath throughout everything. But breathing is kind of a pain to animate, and oftentimes you won't see it. So for big motions, we tend to forget about it. Oftentimes when you're working at a studio, what they will have is a breath cycle already in place for you. Not all studios do this. But they will have a breath cycle in place that you can just kind of add into your shot on an animation layer. Boom, done. Breath is done for the whole shot, which is so nice. And you don't have to animate it yourself. Same thing with walk cycles. Usually they'll have that kind of prepped for you, base walk cycle. So you're not having to animate walk cycles every other day. Okay. So let's see. I kind of want the brows to ease a little bit more at the end here. I think I can raise this just a tad. Oops, make sure I grab this one too. Just a little bit. So we kind of keep that motion going. I do have to work on moving holds throughout all of this, but I'm not going to worry about that too much right now. Okay. Or you have to do them yourself and then you cry. Yeah, exactly. There are tears at a studio. Let's see. So that was number 3. Okay. Now, another thing I need to do is I need to animate the eyes. Now, I need to animate eye darts. That's going to be very important. But I also need to animate the eyes. Not rotate Y, I need rotate Z. When the blink happens. Now, this is very important, especially for a full blink, a little less for a half blink. But as we blink, I'm just realigning the eyes because her head's at an angle. I want to make sure the eyes are also at an angle and not level. That'll just help push her eye line a little bit better. But as she blinks, the lids pushing down on the eye will actually move the eye. So I'm going to take the eye controls here, and as she blinks and we kind of come down here, you see right now how the lid is moving and like the eyeball itself is absolutely still. I don't want that. I want it so that as the blink happens, the eyes feel connected. This is going to add, I don't want to say fleshiness because the eyes aren't really fleshy like eyelids are, but it'll add a connectivity to things that'll make it feel like the character is not a robot, but actually flesh and blood. So let's try to ease that in a little bit right there. It's going to be very subtle, but it'll be there. Let's see, Michael Makarowicz now animating a fourth movement in the eyes. He's insane. Yeah, it's amazing. Probably wasn't bored, but I mean, you have to have enough free time. That's when you get so good at your craft that, like, you just have to challenge yourself. Let's see. Just a tiny bit more motion there. So subtle. Too much. So here, let me zoom in so you guys can see. So right now, the problem is that it's so in sync that it looks like the two pieces are glued together. I don't want that. The top lid should move more than the iris of the eye, but they should feel connected. So even just that, suddenly that eye is not locked in space and the lids just kind of slide over this glass orb. Suddenly we've got fleshiness in there. And then as they come up, we can offset this just a little bit, maybe keep it going down just a little bit there. And then it comes up, and I might settle it just a little longer here. Now, we will have to add eye darts in at some point as well. But in this case, I'm going to try to get most of the animation done first. And then if we have time, add eye darts, because that's kind of a whole other thing. Oh, and good night, Shiri. Thank you so much for hanging out and enjoying the bot-pocalypse that we all went through. Okay. So the eye starts to come up. Now, is that too much? No, I think that's good. And you can see as soon as it dies, like right there, it just stops. Okay. They have calmed down. The power supplies have died. Okay. That's done. Okay. So with that, I think we're done. Other than actually shaping the eyelids and getting all the connectivity in there, we're pretty much done there. So I'm actually going to go up back to the brow. And I want to get a few things quickly in here. First off, make sure our Translate X is working. So here it's making sure the brows come in a little bit more to kind of show this offset. And I might even start this one frame sooner, just so the brows themselves, we kind of feel this tension start right in the middle of the brow. Just a tiny bit. Yeah, we'll see. See, that goes up. So I'm actually going to add a key here. Going down. So now the start of the brows, they kind of come in ever so slightly before the rest. And this should probably be going down still. No, I kind of like it like that. Keeps this connected line. So now we've got just that micro motion in the brow before it starts. And now here, we need to make sure we actually keep them connected. And this is going to be just making sure I shape things correctly. So here, for example, I think this is the left one. Nope, wrong one. Let's see. Let's raise that just a little bit more here. And then take the middle. And before I do that, I definitely need to check my rotation, because this might change a bunch. Yeah. So always double check your rotations on the brow. Some people don't like to use them. I've fallen into using them a lot more than I used to, because I find it gives a more natural flow to the brow very quickly without having to fight a lot of controls. Okay. Now, let's take that inner brow here. Once again, let's double check the rotation, because I believe I do have some rotation on there. I've never played a Dragon Quest game, but I do love the music. especially for working. Okay, translate Y. That's synced up there, so bring that up just a bit more. Grab the middle one, and I think I'm gonna have to bring that down or rotate it. Or maybe both. Okay. Let's simplify this. Don't need that extra movement in there. Try to keep this a little rounder here. Okay. There's some translate X in there. There shouldn't really be any, so I'm just going to tone it down. Okay. Now this is where, when you're animating, you want to be very careful what controls you're using. The reason being, it can be very easy. Actually, look at these values. They're 0.000. I'm just going to zero this out. There we go. Don't need that. The reason it's very important to watch what controls you're using is it can be very easy to run into situations where you're counter animating a bunch of things. You don't want that. Don't run into a situation where you're having to fight Maya for every little thing. If that happens, it's just not fun. So what I'm doing here is I'm using the main eyebrow controls for the main up and down, and everything else is just minor tweaks. That's it. This gives me a lot less to deal with in terms of controls. And also look at your values. So for example here, 0.006. These are doing nothing. So I'm just going to zero them out. I don't need controls that are giving me absolutely nothing to work with. Now here, this is odd. Now let's bring that down a little bit. Maybe not quite so much. I do like the fact that it's shaping that corner of the eye, but it was counter animating the overlap of the brow and kind of freezing that brow in just a little moment. Okay. So I think all I need to do here is push the rotate Z on this position. Just a little bit to kind of create this line between the two. And the reason for this is now when it switches down to this one, we feel the rotation of that brow kind of pulling downwards with the other one, instead of just kind of moving independently. And here, let's kind of bring this up just a little bit more. Keep those brows connected. Something like that. The curve is not the prettiest, but hey, it works. There we go. So that's gotten that done. Okay. We'll come back to it in a little bit to see what else we can improve. But next up, let's get those. What's next on my list? On my list here. The mouth. So the mouth is actually going to be a big one here, because right now the mouth is not moving in an appealing way. If we kind of look at the mouth right now, well, one thing, first of all, and just because this is bothering me, is notice how her lips, the textures aren't quite on there right? I'm actually going to fix that. And that's the big reason, because it's bothering me. And every time I look at it, it's like, oh, I gotta fix that. So in this case, all it is that the faces in the inside of the mouth here have become, the material has changed on them. They're not using the right material. So I'm just going to view selected only. So now I'm only seeing the body itself, nothing else. You can do this just by going to view, isolate, select, view selected. It's not, everything else is still there. We're just focusing on the core of the body, which can actually be a cool way to analyze your animation, because you just kind of focus on one thing at a time. It's definitely creepy. It's like looking at a mannequin. But it also makes it very easy to select, for example, just the mouth. So for example, let's say we need to get just these lips here. So I'll select that, show. Yeah, not creepy at all. And once Maya catches up here. There we go. So I'm actually going to save, because I haven't saved in a while. So, show. It's a little slow. There we go. Isolate selected, and let's see. Let's view selected and then view selected again. I should be working with a low res mesh here, but since we've done everything kind of in high res so far, I'll just keep using that. And it really doesn't like this. Let's see, this will haunt me in my dreams. Oh, are the channel points I see below in the chat the same thing as the leaderboard? No, they're different. So the channel points is basically you get more the more active you are in chat. It's something new that Twitch added. The other points are just like you just attend and you get the points. These ones basically, the more you type in the chat, the more you are interacting with other people, the more points you get. It's a way for Twitch to encourage actually communicating in the chat. And then you get like points, or you can spend them to do things like unlock emotes and stuff. I'm still trying to figure out whether I should add some like prizes or something. But hey, look at that. We've got a mouth. Which even here we can scrub through and just focus on just the mouth if we wanted to, which can be kind of cool. But the reason I'm using it in this case is I need to look at the inside faces of the lips. That's a pain. Whoop, done. Look at that. There's all the faces I need to fix. And actually, this is something interesting. So you guys might run into this. Look at that. The faces aren't on the edge here anymore. The lip looks good. They're fine. But if I was to go to show, isolate selected, view selected, or there we go. Suddenly, that line is back. What's going on? The problem that's happening is that the way Maya applies textures to a face is every face is given a number. You can just imagine every face has a 1, 2, whatever. Now, when I hid the faces, Maya renumbered them. So what this is telling me is that it's not the face itself that has an issue, but that the entire base here has the issue. The entire core model here. Now this is not with this rig. This is actually my own custom version. I tweaked the textures and stuff. So it's not so much that I need to change these individual faces. I just need to reapply it on the whole model, not just those individuals. So that's what I'm going to try to do here once Maya catches up. Maya is very slow right now. I might actually just skip this and fix this on my own. I know I'm always breaking things, but you gotta break it in order to make it look good. So let's see, assign existing material, and I'm looking for the AI. Let's see, skin. Let's see if that does anything. So the reason, there you go, done. So, voila. Issue fixed. Now when we go into that pout, we don't have that weird white line there, which was really annoying me. Okay. So let's work on the mouth corner first. Usually when I'm blocking in the lips, the first thing I like to do is work on the corners. So what I want to do here is make sure that the corner of the mouth leads the action and that the lips feel fleshy with it. And Alexander, thank you so much for the follow. So what I mean by the lips looking fleshy is right now you can see the corner of the lip is starting to move, but the bottom lip is really sucking in here. Well, the bottom lip doesn't have a muscle on its own. I can't just hold my corners here and then try to move the lip and stick it out all on its own. It takes a lot of work to do that. That's tough. The way we stick out our lip is our corners come in, squash. When it goes out, or when it sucks in, stretch, squash, stretch. That lip can't just get sucked in on its own for no reason. So if that mouth corner isn't moving, this lip should not move. It should stay pouting. So I'm going, this is kind of my goal here, is I want to make sure that things are not moving for no reason. So let's compare this now. We've got the mouth corner, and now the mouth corner starts to move, but the lip hasn't lost volume yet. That's what I want. Once it starts stretching, then the lip can lose volume and stretch. And are you always using weighted tangents? Yes. I say that with a caveat though. When I'm using weighted tangents, I try not to abuse them. So for example, if I've got a big long stretch here, I'm not going to use the weighted tangents to shape everything and then leave it like that. I like to add keys in there. But I will use weighted tangents just to get me started in something and get nice clean curves. This is a personal preference. Is it better or worse? No, it's just a personal preference. If you prefer to use non-weighted tangents, that is absolutely fine. Like keep doing that. There's nothing wrong with it. Now let's see here. So as this corner goes up and around, the big thing I want to do is push the arc. And if we use the arc tracker here, let's see what we've got so far. to use any plugin on the Maya Graph Editor? No, I use the default Maya Graph Editor, no plugins at all. So you can see the mouth actually has an arc in there, and this is something I purposefully put in myself, so it goes around and through. It's not just a straight line. It's not right yet. So the big thing right now is that the mouth comes in, and then at the end here, it just kind of hits this point and stays there. That is not right. And you can see it right here, how it comes through and then just holds. Mouths don't do that. Mouths, when we go into a big smile, what happens is they go out and then back in, because it takes a lot of work to hold a smile. So I want this to overshoot and then settle in here and just have this slow kind of decay to the smile. My shortcuts to activate weighted tangents changed my life. Yeah, some people, like, they'll turn on weighted tangents with a shortcut, which you can do under Windows General Editors, I believe. I haven't gone here in a while. Or is it Settings Preferences? Hotkey Editor, there we go. And then you just set a hotkey for that. For me, I just went into my Settings and Preferences, and under Animation, I always have weighted tangents turned on. And I just work like that. That, again, is it bad? Is it good? No, it's just different. And do what works best for you. I know some animators who never touch weighted tangents ever. They will just add keys where they need and never deal with weighted tangents at all. Okay, let's see. This needs to be pushed a little bit more. I'm not feeling it enough. And instead of losing my final pose, which I do like, I think what I'm going to do is push this pose here to be just a little bit bigger. So now the smile comes through and then settles in. Now that I've done the in and out, I need to do the up and down as well, because right now the mouth kind of goes out and then it keeps going up and it's just very creepy. I need that whole thing to curl up and then settle in. So let's see if I can push this just a little bit more, and maybe will I push this down just a bit? Just kind of tone it down ever so slightly. Okay. Watch that corner of the mouth. I'd need to shape the lips. I'm not worrying about that right now. Okay. The translate X is easing a little too much here at the end. So what's the difference between using them and not using them? Basically, it changes how the tangents work. So if I select this and go to tangents, let's see, can I change it here? Keys. Okay, I'll have to do it on my whole curve. So let's pick a curve here that I'm not really using. So maybe my rotate Y. So by default, weighted tangents, what they allow you to do is to select the tangent and stretch them out like this. So you're not just rotating, you're scaling them as well. But if I go here and go to curves, non-weighted, no matter what I do, I can only rotate these tangents. So in order to shape the curve, I need to add more keys. I have no choice in that. All I can do is rotate the tangent with non-weighted. So that's really the big thing. Now again, is one better than the other? No. It is just a preference and just kind of gives you a different workflow. And the Zombie Zero, thank you so much for the the subscription. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Aw, thank you. I was just wondering if there was any way to animate a swooshing movement that creates multiple limbs in a 3D rig. Yes, there is. I actually recorded Zombie Zero. You're not in Animation Mentor, if I remember correctly, correct? I might be wrong on that. I recorded some videos on Twitch on how to do that. I can send you a link to them. Basically, it's you can create multiples and smears and all of these surprisingly easily in Maya or any 3D program really, and get that 2D animation feel. So yeah, it is indeed possible and actually a lot of fun to do. So let me write that down so I don't forget. Okay. I'm glad I'm teaching something. That's my goal with these, is that hopefully people are learning something out of it all. Let's see, I'm only using non-weighted tangents. I think I will try to use weighted tangents tomorrow. I definitely recommend giving it a try. Now, while there is no like, oh, this one's better than the other, not at all. They are both great. You do have to keep one thing in mind when you are using weighted tangents. And that is that weighted tangents will require more responsibility, I guess would be the right word, on your part as an animator. So what I mean by that is when you are animating, let's say you're using weighted tangents and I've got my curve, and let's create this beautiful curve. So we've got all of this. It's kind of messy right now, but then I come in and go, okay, let's weigh this curve, really shape this, get this nice swooshing arc in there. Okay, let's shape this now. Beautiful arc. Okay, got that. Okay, a little bit more. Look at that beautiful arc. Beautiful curves. Nice, quick too. But with weighted tangents, you still need to add keys. Do not just use weighted tangents and go, well, I'm done. The big reason being, if I take this curve and somehow accidentally hit auto tangents or any other thing, all my animation is gone. And I'm going to have to redo it all from scratch. They are good for getting you there to the base shape of your curve that you want. Set a key. If I had set keys in here, so come in here and add some more keys just to lock down this shape and make sure it's kind of in place. If I hit auto tangents accidentally, there you go. I didn't really lose anything. I might have to come in and, oh, well, this is a little flat. Let's kind of push that a little bit and maybe push this a little bit there. Okay, done. But I didn't lose everything. Yes, weighted tangents comes with great responsibility. You need to make sure that you don't become a lazy animator. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but it's something we all kind of run into once in a while. And I know I did when I was a student. I would just use weighted tangents and shape all my curves. And there was one shot in particular. This is where I basically learned my lesson. I spent 3 days, I think it was, weighing the curves and getting all of these shapes beautiful. I polished my animation. Done. It was student work, so it wasn't great, but it still looked great. And then I closed my scene off, opened it the next morning, and I don't know what I must have done. I must have just hit a hotkey or something. it set everything back into auto tangents. I lost all the work I had done. All the polish I had done because I just used tangents, or the weighted tangents, and I didn't put keys. I lost everything and I had to redo it all. Don't do that. Don't be like me. Set a key. It's going to be easy. And Mandrake, how do you set keys quickly? Typically you'll hit, let's say you've got your animation here. You can quickly set keys by hitting S. That'll set a key on everything. But let's say I just want to add my keys on the rotate Y attribute. Or maybe let's say rotate Z because it's a little bit more easy to see. Right now if I hit S, everything gets a key on it. If I select rotate Z up here and then hit S to set a key, it only adds it on the rotate Z. So if you select it in the channel box, it'll only do that. I believe that you have to make sure that sync graph editor display is selected. An even faster way is hold down the I key, I as in insert. You'll see my cursor changes when I hold that. And then middle mouse click, and you can just insert keys. And the great thing with inserting keys is that it keeps the shape of the curve. So the problem with setting a key is if I create these tangents here, and this goes with weighted or non-weighted, you see it more with weighted though. Let's say I get this, and this is the exact curve I want. If I hit S, look at what happens to my curve. Setting a key inserts the key and just forces it and jams it in without respecting the tangents on either side. Inserting a key, so holding down the I key, insert, and then middle mouse clicking, keeps that respect of the tangents and reshapes them so that you preserve the shape of your curve. So when I'm in polishing, I'm going to be using the insert key all the time in order to refine my curves without losing everything I've just done. Let's see, but isn't everyone different so we can't be like you? You shouldn't be like me. Be better than me. Learn from my mistakes and be better. That's what I want to see. I want all of you guys to make stuff that I would never even have thought of doing. Surpass me in every single way and make the most epic thing ever. That's what I want to see. That's the beauty of animation, is you guys are going to be so much better than I could ever be. And I see that like every year with student reels. The reel that I had when I was a student, it's okay. And it was a pretty good reel at the time. But compared to people's reels today, student reels today, it's nothing. It's so sad. Every year, every like group of students that comes through, it's like that bar gets raised and raised and raised and raised. And the skills just keep getting better and better. So I'm really excited to see where animation goes. Okay. So we've got the smile. It's easing in now. It's got a little overshoot. I might push it a little bit more. We'll see. I think right now what's happening is I might offset my translate X just a little bit. See how this feels. Not like that. It's holding too much here at the end. I want it to start coming back a little sooner. I'm glad I'm teaching something at least. As long as you guys are getting something out of the streams, that's the important bit. So, arc through, come back in. I think this is still holding just a tad too long. I might push it more this way. And this is where the insert key comes in. Insert, and then push that just a little bit more. The thing with this is it's an overshoot. It's not supposed to hold in place and then start relaxing. I want it to kind of, it's almost like the mouth is bouncing ever so slightly. Oh, take care, Nicholas. Have a great night or day. And I'll see you around. Okay. Now the same thing with the translate Y. It feels like it's going too high up. I think I can make that a little bit more subtle. Maybe round this out a little bit more. Or maybe something a little bit more like this. Okay. It's a little extreme right now, but we'll see. Might just bring this down. See what we get. It's kind of popping up just a little much, which technically I don't mind, but it's kind of creating an odd... Oh, Secret of Mana. Or Legend of Mana, sorry. This game is probably one of my all-time favorites for many reasons. It is a very... what would be the right word? Personal game, I guess. It has a lot of good memories attached to it. Good and bad, I guess. But let's see, how does this work? It's got an amazing soundtrack. Okay, that's going way too high. Now it's kind of going a little low right here. What I need to make sure is that from the pout here, frame 17, the smile has to be readable by frame 21. And right now it isn't quite. It can settle in afterwards, but the smile has to be readable as an expression and not as an in-between by this point. I wonder if I can maybe keep this down just a little longer here. And then really kind of pop it in there. Exaggerate that curve. The spacing on facial expressions are extreme. Don't get caught up in trying to make it super even and clean. Okay, so let's kind of go with that for now. It might be completely wrong, but at least we've got the structure built in. Now I do want to make sure I tweak the mouth shape a little bit at the end because of the camera angle we have. This part of the lip kind of needs to come down slightly. Just a little. Actually, maybe it's not that part, but right here. It needs to come up. No, that's not it. You can see how there's kind of this lump right here. And it's not necessarily bad, but it flattens out the the silhouette. Maybe it's a combination of this one and this one. There we go. That's it. So now it's getting that curvature in there, which is what I want. Let's hold it down just a little longer as the smile forms, and then really boost this up here. Actually, it might be too low here. So you can see how it's kind of dipping. Actually, do I like it? Do I not? No, let's keep it simpler. When in doubt, simple is best. It's not always the case, but more often the case. Okay. Okay, so now we need to shape the lips a little bit more. So one thing I'm really going to try to do is sell the stickiness of the lip. So what I mean by stickiness, and I'm lucky enough that it's actually happening already, is that lips are, well, sticky. What this means is that they don't peel apart right away. Especially if we've had our mouths closed for a while. I don't know if you've ever had this, but like the corners of your mouth kind of feel sticky and they kind of glue together just a little bit. I want to get that feeling in the lips here. Whereas the mouth is separating, it's not just kind of peeling apart evenly, but instead we kind of get a little bit of a gap in the middle of the lips first. That then slowly kind of unzippers open. I'm also looking at the shape of the back lip here and seeing if there's moments that I can push this to push the silhouette of the bottom lip here and kind of make it wrap around the face just a little bit more. Is this why some rigs have zipper lip controls? Exactly. This rig actually has that as well. It's the what do they call it here? The seal control, seal corner, seal height. I personally just like to do it manually. This way I have exact control over the shape and I'm not having to deal with what the rig might give me. This is a personal preference. If the rig is giving you exactly what you need, it's way simpler. For me, it's just, I like to have that control. I feel like the lips is kind of losing a little bit of form here too quickly, so I'm going to insert another key here and just hold that kind of pucker a little bit longer. And then kind of lose it a little faster here. So this way we kind of get that weight of the bottom lip and then really feel it kind of just suck in and tighten there. Now that overshoot is going to be way too much there. As the lip kind of comes back, we will need to add a little bit more weight to that lip here, so that it kind of settles and we kind of feel that lip kind of come back out. Yeah, that corner is going to be weird. It's not terrible, but it's going to be weird. It's right there. Things might translate why. Yeah, I'll leave it alone for now. I don't want to get too caught up in trying to tweak it and refine it without even knowing what I'm actually fixing. Okay. Now, same thing with the top lip control. Once the face settles, we will need to add some weight back into those lips afterwards. Okay. So something like that for now. This is very rough. But we're already starting to feel that fleshiness of the lip. Now, right here, I feel like the bottom lip is actually starting to move too soon. Now, what is causing that? Double check my controls here. It might be right here. Translate Y. Translate Z. No, that's fine. Translate X might not be, though. Okay. Let's say we'll call it done for now, just so we can get to a few other things. Okay. Yeah, that's a little too much for the mouth there. I want to keep it more subtle. You can really feel it here, how it's not really a smile here. And the reason being it's too low. So let's kind of ease that back in here. And then to sell the smile, we can push the rotate. For this rig, it's just going to give that curl to the corner of the mouth a little bit more. And it'll feel like that corner is kind of hooking up instead of just being pulled up. So I kind of want to make it feel like it's moving in a nice clean arc and always moving and shaped in an arc. And Antival, thank you so much for the follow. Okay. Got that. Next up. So one thing I'm noticing is I'm not really getting a reaction at the beginning as much as I want. I'm gonna wait until I play blast to kind of get a feel for this, though. Mostly because right now, with all the changes I did, I don't want to push the reaction in the wrong way. So let's see what's next. Did that. Moving holds. Okay. So, one of the core problems with this shot is that the beginning is absolutely still. Then she starts moving, and then she hits here at the end, and it's absolutely still. Not great. Now, I don't have to add motion on everything, especially the face. Our eyes aren't just kind of slowly drifting all over the place. Our face kind of sits still pretty much a lot of the time. It'll kind of do an expression, kind of relax, and then sit back into a neutral expression. But I can add some core motion in the bigger elements. So for example, the rotation of the head. So right now her head kind of tilts over and then just freezes. So what if we just kind of do this? Just a slight moving hold. This way the body just kind of continues to have a little bit of motion in there. So it comes through, and the head, there's just this tiny rotation in it. that's really all we need. Now I've got that in the body. Let's do the shoulders. Make sure we've got that. Now, moving holds are hard because they have to move so little that we don't really feel it, but enough that we see it. Or let me put it this way. We don't really want to see it, we want to feel it. That's the big thing. You don't want to have the character just gliding on screen, but you don't want them to just feel dead. So, we need to find ways of creating these eases in the motion and these kind of natural what would be the right word? This natural flex in the body, I guess you could say, where the character feels like, yeah, they're alive and there's this kind of breath to them, this continuation of life. And there's a lot of ways you can do this. One of my favorites is simply taking your controls and just adding a slight movement to the controls in the graph editor. And usually this is more than enough. So for example, right now, the neck. It leans forward and then hits this pose right here and then just stops. Well, it needs to keep moving. Well, what's it going to do? When I'm adding this, I'm not just going to take a key and go, move it randomly. Yay, moving hold. Because now the neck is just going to, it might work, but in this case, it's just going to be like craning back. The neck, for example, is very limited in its movement. It's also holding a very heavy thing. The skull, the brain, all of that, that's heavy. So I need to think through this. When the head comes back and then settles, what's the neck going to do? It's holding a heavy thing. It'll come back, and then your neck will want to do this. It'll want to come back and overshoot. So I think through the motion that I want, and then I tweak the curve so that I can get just that. This slight moving hold that matches what the head, or in this case the neck, should be doing. And it can be very subtle. Sometimes it's only pixels worth of motion. But by thinking through it, I make sure that I'm creating a moving hold that'll add to the shot and not just have floatiness and the character's just moving for absolutely no reason. And you can see here, do you even see the neck move? Not really. But let's see here. Let's get back. My eyes a little slow. Okay. If I zoom in here, watch the neck. See how it has that slight shift to it? Just a little bit. That's really all I want. It's that those pixels of movement. Maybe add it just a little bit more. But not much. So right in there. Like even that's too much right there. That's going to feel like the neck's about to move for some reason. Let's tone that down. There we go. And even that could be a little much. Okay. Let's do the head rotations. So right now what's happening, I'm just going to turn on my cached playback so we can see it a little bit more at speed. If it'll cache. Okay. So the head comes up. up, over, and then kind of just stops. Well, if her head's turning this way, it's going to keep wanting to turn that way and then maybe settle just a little bit back. So that's going to be the rotate Y. So let's just keep that motion going a little bit more. I remember hearing this song for the first time in Smash Brothers Melee. It was so good. So it's going to go over, and then it might settle back. Now, the big thing with moving holds is try to add variety to them. So for example, some things will ease to a stop by the end of the shot. Other things like the head might actually be starting to move quickly at the end of the shot, like it's speeding up and then the shot ends. So this head, it kind of holds for just a little bit before it's almost starting to come back and it cuts. And this way, not everything by the last frame is just coming to a dead stop. Some things are going to be prepping for whatever's going to happen next. So now that head kind of comes through, and then we get that little E of the nose coming back. I really need to shape the eyelids here. They're kind of creepy right there. She looks so sad. I think I pushed that mouth a little too much there. I'd rather exaggerate it though. Okay. Now, the other motion, she's bringing her head up and then maybe it comes down. Now with the downwards motion, so this would be the rotate Z. So, or sorry, rotate X. It comes down. Maybe it just keeps settling downwards. So she kind of does this. So her head kind of comes down and there's no overshoot back up. It's just settle. That's all we need. It doesn't need to overshoot in this case because the head is heavy and she's kind of looking up this way. So what does this do? Well, it gives us variety. Some things will overshoot, others won't. Others will speed up, others will slow down. Now we've got a moving hold that is moving just pixels, literal pixels, but we are getting variety in that. Rotate Z here. So her head comes up. The screen left eyebrow is moving too much. Specifically, it's not the eyebrow, but the line above the eye. I'm gonna have to fix that. Okay. The brow is also, it's tweening too much here. I need to hit that shape a little faster. Okay. But the head kind of tilts over, comes back. Heads are heavy, so maybe it'll overshoot and settle. Okay. So we've got that. Okay. We've got the body, shoulders, head, neck. That's pretty much the majority of it. Now, the rest for the face, I'm going to actually look later on and figure that out myself. But we do have a little bit of motion we need to add here. And what I'm going to do here is just kind of figure out a way that I can build in motion that's going to contrast with my anticipation. So the anticipation here, she kind of turns screen right and then goes into this loop. Well, if I have her continuing, for example, she's going to do this. We'll make a big example. Turns like this before swinging back. Well, if my moving hold has her head tilting this way and then she does that, that's not going to be very interesting to look at. So I'll do the opposite. What does the body do? As she comes back here, there's this kind of lean back. Well, maybe at the beginning here, we can just add a slight rotation to the body, tiny rotation, to help accentuate that. So if she's going to be going this way, maybe at the beginning we get just a little bit of a build up to that. Not much, but just this kind of slight breath in there. And let's see, we can't even feel it. This is so slight, we're not even seeing it. So, once I get kind of the base motion in there, take my keys, get my scale tool, and just go whip till I can see some pixels of motion in the shot. Okay, let's go there. Keep in mind, this is a moving hold, it is not a movement. So, there we go. Now there's this just a little bit of a kind of breath in there. Even that's too much. So let's maybe tone that by half. Maybe around there. So something like that. Yeah, this tool is really good for specific situations. If you need to scale a curve up, so let's say that's better. So let's say I need to scale this curve up, but scale it in both directions. The middle mouse, so hitting R, the scale tool, and middle mouse dragging is going to be great for that, because that allows you to scale from any point you need. But what about this, where I've already got this point up here? That's kind of I know that's working. I just need to scale the rest around that. If you click on this tool right here, it's called the region tool. This will scale from the most extreme point. So for example here, this point up here is the highest, so if I scale down, it scales from there. If I scale like this whole thing here, well, it'll scale from the lowest point and scale that like so. It's very handy. I love this for, well, moving holds and things like that, because typically with a moving hold, we already have a pose that we know is working. So let's kind of do the shoulders here. I might add an offset in the shoulders in just a bit, but for now I'm not going to worry about it. So the shoulders, what's happening with the shoulders? They kind of come down and then up. So maybe throughout the beginning here, what if we just kind of bring this down ever so slightly? Well, we kind of did that already, so maybe this one is just going to be a little bit of a moving hold this way. This is for the front to back. Just a few pixels, and then the up and down we're going to kind of just give a little bit of an arch to it. Maybe something like this. Or let's see what happens if we do this. Almost anticipating the anticipation. So with moving holds, one of my favorite things is just to experiment. Don't feel like you're locked off in something. The rotation of the body is still a little too much. You can see how it feels like the character is leaning forward. I need to tone that down. So it kind of feels like the character is leaning. Yeah, right there is too much. So rotate X. And let's scale that maybe by half again. Boop. And Jutarora, there you go. I can pronounce things. I'm so bad at reading. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Okay. Yeah, that's better. So now you can see how we can, if you look at the forehead, there is motion in there. But it's not like the character is sliding forward. It's just enough that they're not dead. Now, for the head is kind of the place where you can really think through your moving holds. What's the character thinking? What are they doing? So, for example, she's bored right here. Just kind of bored. Well, what's she looking at? And what's going to be her reaction? So she sees something which makes her smile. So maybe as she's looking at something, maybe there's this kind of, instead of just having her stuck in one expression and just doing nothing, maybe she's looking at something and we kind of give this kind of, we might even put a moving hold in the brows where it's just kind of this, where she's looking at it, thinking, oh, what's that? And then she goes into her reaction here. So the moving hold is now becoming a very minor thought process. Well, how do we push that? Well, the first thing is going to be the rotate Z. Typically when we think, we kind of straighten our head or tilt our head. So for example, if we see something we're confused about, we tend to go, huh? And our head goes to the side. So how can I block that in? Well, maybe at the start, I could do two things. Her head could be a little to the side, and then she straightens it and then goes more. Or I could try to straighten it. In this case, I don't think this is going to work because it's going to be doing this up and then going back. That's going to be very strange. Instead, I want to kind of have her head maybe a little straighter. Ease that motion in. So it kind of comes in, and I might even start it off quick. So that way things don't, again, you don't want everything to just start the scene easing in. Some things will be a fast in because, well, there was motion before this moment. And the Jacked, thank you so much for the follow as well. So maybe something like this. And it kind of goes into a little bit of a hold before coming through. Okay, rotate Y. Well, we have two things we tend to do when we're thinking. We'll either pull our head away, or if we're looking away, we'll look forward to the thing. So this will depend on my current animation. Well, she kind of turns her head in when she takes the anticipation. She's turning her head away and then back to it. So if she's turning away and then back, I could have her looking towards it and then, no, that might feel weird. Maybe if she's kind of pulling away and then away some more. Yeah, I think so. So let's see how this will feel. So kind of have her a little bit more looking towards the object, very subtly. This one maybe we'll add a little bit of an overshoot right at the start. So it kind of goes the other way and then back in. And I've got a lot of keys here, so I don't want to just use my weighted tangents here. That it would be a great way to fight Maya the whole time. So it's going to be kind of overshooting, coming back in. Maybe not overshoot. That's going to add a lot of visual complexity. So come in. I want a little bit of a hold here where like she turns and her head kind of slows down before it does this next kind of big jump here. Now let's see how much of a difference this is. I could probably tone it down a little bit. So I'm just kind of looking at my main keys here and trying to get an idea of which rotation is happening more. I want to try and exaggerate one over the other. My rotate Y and my rotate Z shouldn't be the same like angle. It shouldn't be just one's going, let's say 100% one way, the other's going 100% the other way. I should feel one rotation more than the other. And in this case, I kind of want the rotate Z because that's going to, I feel, is going to add a little bit more confusion to the shot compared to the rotate Y. The rotate Y is going to be a little bit more just focus on the thing. Okay. So now if I look at this here, so skip back and forth. There you go. Now I feel more of the rotation of the head side to side versus the nose starting to point. Rotate X, same thing. Now if she's focused on something, maybe she'll start with her head just a little higher. Actually, let's try this. Just to add variety, I'm going to have this one start the other way. And keep it very subtle. So it kind of adds a little bit of an arc to it. Even more subtle. And one way you can kind of get a gauge of how much of a moving hold you have, look at your other keys. So for example, this is my first key. This is the movement starting to move enough that we can see it. I don't want that to be the exact same height. In general, it's probably going to be a little less. That way this motion feels less than the starting motion here. If they feel the same, then you're not going to read the anticipation. Okay. So we've got a little bit of a moving hold. Is it perfect? No. We're going to have to refine it when we see it at speed. But now the head is not dead. That's the big thing. We can even push, I'm going to just push a little bit in the eyebrows for now. Maybe as she starts, maybe her brows start just a little higher. Now with the brows, I'm actually going to hold them maybe for 4 frames. Kind of keep them the same level here so they're not really changing. The face does not slowly morph. Unless there's a big reason for a change, the face tends to stay at a pretty still expression. But then it can start to come down here. Let's make this a little bit less here. So something like that. And then insert some keys here and reduce even that some more. So now we get a little bit of a faster change right at the end there. So now, just for a little bit, we feel kind of the brows starting to come down before the rest of the shot kicks in. So something like that, maybe. Ever so slight. It's just enough that we can kind of feel the brow starting to move, like right there. You can see the few pixels of motion. For the eye, I'm going to add an eye dart. That's going to move the lid and all of that. Let's see. Okay, I think we're getting there. The eyes still need to be shaped. Like I said, the skin above the eye, we'll look at it at speed to find out if it feels off. This is another thing to be very careful of when you're animating. When you're... We've been doing this for, what, 3 hours now? When you're animating for 3 hours, or 4, or 5, or 6, or whatever, you will start to get blind to what the shot originally was. And you will be framing through, and it's very easy to go, oh, well, this is moving too much. I should tone it down. Oh, this is not moving enough. I'll tone it up. You're not watching it at speed. Be very wary of making these big choices on the fly right now. Instead, write it down. That going right back to the start of this stream, make a list of everything that you're going to be doing. This list here is all the things I noticed when the shot was playing at speed. That's what the audience is going to see. They're not going to be seeing this frame by frame. Make sure these are correct. If you start seeing something else, write it down, play it, and then double check that it's actually wrong. So for example, I'm going to write down, well, check eye skin. The skin above the eye. But I'm not going to change it yet. The brow, it moves too much. So I'm going to write down, it's the screen left brow, SL brow, moves too much. I'll check that when I play Blast. If I start changing it now, I might just make something worse. So, let's see, we've done a lip pass, very rough. Moving hold we've done. What's the eye darts? So, eye darts. The big thing with the eye darts is we need to find moments for them. We don't want to add too many, and they need to be quick. So typically eye darts are going to be a character kind of watching something and focusing on it, or just changing their gaze. So potentially a nice eye dart that could show some life to this character would be right here at the beginning. So maybe when they're kind of sitting here, maybe they're not really focused on what they're looking at the beginning. Maybe they're looking off to the side here in the direction they're pouting, and we're just doing that. So now the eyes do this, and now eyes don't move slowly. This is one of the biggest things, unless you're tracking something. So if I'm looking at my finger and doing this and watching that, my eyes will follow that nice and cleanly. If I'm focused on, for example, the camera, and let's actually go full screen so you guys can see my eyes. So if I do this, you can see how my eyes move pretty smoothly here. If I look directly at something and do this, my eyes move smoothly because they're focused on something. But if I look just with the eyes and refocus, my eyes move very quick. If you watch people reading something, their eyes kind of stutter across the surface. It's not just scanning, it's kind of over the surface. Our eyes move very quickly big reason being there's tiny muscles that control the eye. The smaller the muscle, the faster the motions are going to be, and the sharper they're going to be. It's why our face moves so fast. So when you're animating the eyes, make sure you keep them fast. Anytime that they're slow needs to be for a reason. So a motion like this, for example, is going to be wrong. This is going to be just as terrible. So instead, I'm going to hold those eyes for a little bit. Now, the audience's reaction to something on screen happening is about 4 to 6 frames. What that means is you need 4 to 6 frames for the audience to register that a character does something on screen. So in this case, if we want the audience to register that she's looking over screen right a little bit more, we're going to have to hold this for about 4 to 6 frames before she darts her eye. So maybe we're at frame 3 right now. Let's go to frame 9. That's going to be 6 frames. And I'm not going to worry about shaping, like getting the eyes perfectly aligned yet. I'm just getting the main motions in here first. So now the eyes kind of stay in that position for a little bit. And then when they shift over, I'm going to shift them over pretty much 1 frame and see how that feels. So now we get this. That's a little too fast. Sometimes eye darts can feel like they just pop. If that's the case, give it 1 more frame. The most you can, so this is going to be a 2-frame dart. You can sometimes go for a 3-frame dart, but 2 is like pushing it for most cases. So what this means is now the eyes are going to shift and then do this. But the in-between should never be in the middle. We don't want the middle frame to be right in the middle. It should either... Oh no, I've got hiccups. It should be either very close to the original position. So something like this where we feel this kind of tiny movement before the eyes pop. Or it should be the other way, where it gets close to the end and then settles in. So we get this, and then just kind of this little bit of a settle. This depends on what the character is doing, how focused they are. I tend to, for kind of relaxed characters, I tend to favor an ease out, because it kind of gives this little bit of a indication that the eye is going to move, so the audience can catch it a little bit faster. So now we've just got duk, like that. And they don't move in arcs. Eyes are one of the few things that we have that don't move in an arc. Okay, so we get the dart, the blink, and now let's see if we can maybe add another eye dart here. So now she's not going to have an eye dart where the eye is kind of changing position. Now she sees something she likes, and she's going to try and focus in on it. So I might add an eye dart right here somewhere, where the eye just kind of comes over slightly. Not much, just enough so that she looks like she's looking at the same thing. And then hold that pose, let's say for 5 frames, before moving back, maybe just a little bit down. Like that. Now I've got some motion in here for some reason. Oops, don't need that. Interesting. The rotation. Okay. And then let's just hold this to the end. So now we get these little eye darts here. So now this will keep the character's eyes a little bit more focused. And that's going to help just add some believability in the eyes. It's very slight, but it's going to be in there. Now the problem with this is it's not going to feel believable yet. The big reason being the eyes are moving completely independent from everything else. I might just move this one more frame because it's darting so close to when she's opening her eyes that we miss it. I might exaggerate it a little bit more. Maybe bring it this way. Then bring it back. Let's see how that feels. Yeah, that's better. So the reason I had the eyes go the other way is because the head is turning one direction, and if I have the eyes dart that same direction, we're going to lose it. Oh, take care, Zombie Zero. Have fun at university. I hope it goes well, and have a good night. So, there we go. Now this is a little too much of a change here. She feels like she's losing focus. So I'm just going to bring that back in just a little bit more. That's better. Maybe just a little bit to the side. So, the reason I went in this direction that I did, when you're looking at someone, or specifically someone, your eye darts follow a specific path. They're a triangle, an upside down triangle. This is because when we're looking at someone, we'll tend to look at one eye, then the other, then the mouth, and then back. So if you're ever having two characters looking at each other and you need to figure out what the eye darts are doing, inverted triangle. Done. Much easier than just trying to figure out some random motions. And this is a typical natural motion that looks nice in eye darts too. Okay, so we've got this motion here. Now another thing that can be very helpful, and I didn't really do it here, but I could probably add it in, is for the eye control. Sometimes they'll have a follow a line control. This basically determines whether they follow the head or just stay still. By default, people set this to 1 or 0, so it'll either follow or it won't. I like to set it to something like 0.9 or 0.1, because what this means is that as the head moves, it's going to add subtle motions to this control. Not much, but just enough that it's going to add extra life to the eyes without us having to do any extra animation. So, yay. Okay. So, now, before I even continue here, I need to key my eyelids. And this is going to be very important for these eye darts. If I don't do this, my eye darts are not going to look right. So let's get all the controls I need. So I need a key here, and then over here, and then right here. So key that, and then key that here. So why are these important? When we have eye darts, or any eye motion, you need to shape the eyes to match that. So right now, if we look at the eye darts, the eyelids themselves don't change at all. This makes for a very dead expression. But if I push this just a little bit, and let's actually, I'm going to use the finer controls here for this. if I kind of push this just a little bit, maybe raise this up just a little bit more here, and then do the same thing here. Bring this side down just a little bit. Maybe add a bit of rotation to clean that curve up there. Push this up. Just that, even. When the character looks over, we see this shift in the eyes. This kind of reaction to the expression. And that alone is going to add a lot to this. Now, I want to double check. I think it was this control. Yeah. I think I might just tone it down. Let's see. This is a little too much. I'm starting to reshape the eye, which I'm not a fan of. You always want to be careful how much you shape the eyes or lose the shape of the eye. Eyes have a lot of character. And we want to make sure we don't lose that on our characters. Okay. So even just that, we feel that shift in there. Just like that. And the beautiful thing about this is we really don't have to worry too much about animating it per se, in terms of adding a lot of subtlety, because it moves as fast as the eye dart. So as long as we make sure, like here, you can see how the skin is kind of leading the eye. We want it to be the opposite, where the eye leads the skin. So I'm just going to, I can use Tween Machine for this. Oops, wrong keys. And just tone this down a little bit so we kind of get that start to the motion here. Just like that. Same thing here. Ease that in. So now we get that. Very slight, but it adds so much. Diamond Jack, I've seen Diamond. Pretty sure I've seen Diamond Jack. Is that the one where like he's stealing a diamond and it turns out, I don't want to spoil it, but it's unexpected at the end and he's on roller skates? Yes, I love that one. That's a really good recommendation. Okay, so same thing here. The eyes are shifting too quick, so let's ease that back here so we feel the rest of the eye go, and then get that hit in there. And you could even like push it a little bit more so you get some reverberation in the eye, but or in the skin, but I'm not gonna worry about that too much here. Now the same thing here, the eyelids, since it's not too much of a change, I'm just gonna have them pretty much go down a little bit more. So just take that and down. As they go down, make sure that the skin doesn't feel like it's glued to the eye. So it doesn't move exactly the same. And then I might, for this one, just to have the eyelids keep going down imperceptibly. There we go. Eye darts. Okay. So, eye darts are done. What's next? Shaping the eyes. Now, I don't want to get too deep into this because I've changed a lot. And I don't want to start fighting a lot of stuff. But there are a few shapes that I do want to get in here. For one, on this eye, on this frame specifically, I want to flatten this shape out here. Yep, don't want to change that. So we're going to set a key on the frame before, key on the frame after, and just try to flatten that out a little bit more. Okay. Now as her eye opens, I think that eye is pretty good. Oh, definitely. Take care, little Danny. Thank you so much for dropping by and hanging out during the bot invasion. Yeah, thank you so much. Oh, and Peter, yeah, if you do need anything, definitely let me know. Okay. So now this eye here, this is where I'm starting to feel like she's getting a lazy eye. And I think needs to rotate more here, I believe. Which way is that going to rotate? Not doing anything. Okay, wait. Okay. Is it the corner here? Pretty sure it's this one. Or actually, let me double check this. Always double check your main controls first. Okay, that's not it. So her eyes close. That eye is closing a little too fast on this frame. It's moving so much that the other eye, we really feel it. It feels like it's separated. Even here. This is a little too much of an offset. Just a little bit, like a hair. The big reason being that it kind of feels like one eye hits before the other. And that's better. Okay, here. Maybe it's this one. What can I tweak? The problem that I'm having right now is this middle control here. It feels too round, and I want to flatten that out just a bit here. Maybe that. Let's see what happens if I zero this out. Or not zero it out, but bring it up. Okay. That actually worked pretty well. Now it opens up. That's better. That outer edge of the eye doesn't feel quite so odd now. Maybe this can open up just a little bit more there. Okay, that's good. I'm just looking at the skin above the eye right now. I think maybe I can offset that one frame. Get it to feel tied into the eyebrow a little bit more. Okay. Hey Adam Sloth, how's it going? I'm doing pretty well. Just getting the subtleties in the face here a little bit. Okay, we'll call the eye shapes done for now. It was really just that one corner that I was seeing. Okay. Now, the next thing we need to do is the cheeks. We haven't really animated these. You can see that they don't really do much. Now with the cheeks, there's a few different things we could do. We could either copy curves to make animating them a lot easier and simple, or we can just kind of push them ourselves. And in this case, it's such a short animation, I'm just going to try and push it myself. So for example, as the mouth comes out here, we want to make sure that we feel that cheek coming out. Push that kind of puff in the cheek there. And this is actually good. Do you think this kind of animation is good for a demo reel? It's not bad. Ideally, you'd want to have something with a little bit more acting in it, though. A change of expression is nice, but it's not showing a lot of other skills. In general, a good demo reel shot shows multiple skills. So for example, you could have a shot on your reel that is body mechanics. Great. But it's just body mechanics. If you can have body mechanics and acting, suddenly it's a little bit more interesting. If you can have body mechanics, acting, and facial expressions, even better. All of that along with lip sync in one shot, that shows that you're good at everything within one shot. So that can be very useful. It's not, you don't have to do it, but it is more versatile. Now, with that said, if you do struggle with, for example, lip sync, like you mentioned, and this goes for anyone, if any of you ever struggle with a specific kind of topic, the biggest thing I would suggest is really trying to find ways to combat that. So for example, doing quick tests like this, don't take a lot of time on this. I'm going very slow on this because, well, I'm demoing it and kind of going through my whole process. But something like this, it could take you maybe 3-4 hours and then you're done. And you just do that. Like do a lip sync of just someone saying hello and just that. Or if you have trouble getting the M's or B's or P's or certain mouth shapes, maybe have a character go mama or something like that, or father. You just find a dialogue with that one word and just do a quick lip sync of it. Don't worry about the acting, don't worry about anything else. Even like just animate this, just the mouth, and make that read nicely. And you do that for a day. Find like 5 different clips and spend like 2 or 3 hours on each one just on the mouth. Yes, that's the tricky thing. And this is something like I'm French and English, so I know exactly what you're talking about. Some words are not the same and we try to say them and no, they are so different. In that case, the biggest thing that's going to help you is not so much trying to mimic the line and look at your own lips, but look at the phonemes of the shot. So phonemes are the way the word is pronounced and not the way it's written. And it is very, very important, especially in this case where you are trying to animate something in a language that is not your native tongue. This could be, like in your case, you're trying to animate something in English. It could be if you're an English speaker trying to animate something that maybe a character is speaking French. Maybe you're animating Ratatouille, Ratatouille 2, and they're in France and they're saying some French stuff. Well, if you don't know how to speak French, how are you going to do the lip sync? Oops. Give me 1 second. Get my tablet in order here. So to do that, you need to figure out the phonemes. So, I always forget how to... Phonemes? I believe that's how you write it. With magic, exactly. So phonemes is the way it is written. Or sorry, the way it is pronounced, not the way it is written. So, for example, what would be a good one? Let's say we have boat. The word boat. If we were to look at the way this is written here, this word is boat. So it's the B sound, O-A-T, boat. That's not how we say it. We say boat. So the actual phonetical reading of this would be bo-t, boat. And the way you write these phonemes is really up to you. For example, for me, I would write B-O. That way we get that O sound and not we don't confuse it with the oo sound. I am talking about phonemes. So this is written. This is phoneme. And I'll just point here. So boat, like that. Yeah, whether it's French, English, whatever. So it would be the same. So for example, bateau, which would be the French word. And bateau. So we're going to go to ocean on our bateau. Well, how do we write that phonetically? Well, it's ba. So not bateau. So for example, it's like bat. As in flying bat, bateau, not batter. So, for example, let's write this out. You have batter as in a cake, B-A-T, or a bat. Batter and sorry, wrong word. I'm thinking batter and what was the other word I was thinking of? Take care, sunflower. Bateau. Yes, exactly. What am I thinking of? Well, here. Let's actually do this one. Instead of bateau, let's do and dough. So we've got a character who has to do some baking and make the dough. Well, both of these are D-O. If we look at the writing of this and try to go, oh, well, it's D, duh, make the duh sound, and then the O sound, and then like duh, that's not going to work. Instead, write the phonetic writing of it. So we've got do. This is D, ooh, do, dough, dough. We don't even need to worry about any of this. It's dough. This is the phonetic writing of it. So if you're having to figure out a word that you can't pronounce properly or you can't mimic, and this goes for different languages or even different accents. So for example, some people say you all. Hello, you all. Some people say y'all. Hello, y'all. Well, they're still saying you all. If you were to see the script written out, it would be you all. But one is you all. And then the other one is y. So it's more y'all. Ye. All. Y'all. totally different pronunciation. So you'd get the oo or the e, different shape entirely in the mouth. Oo, e. So you all, ye all. Simplify the lip sync animation like children when they learn. Exactly, that's the big thing. And this goes for any dialogue you ever do. Regardless of if you know the language or not, I always recommend doing a phoneme chart. Take your dialogue and write it out phonetically. Listen to it and don't try to mimic the words they're saying. Mimic the sounds they're doing and write it out. Trying to think of another word. Well, I'm Canadian, so a lot of people say about. Canadians say aboot a lot of the time. So if you're doing a phonetic writing of this for someone who's non-Canadian, it would be bow, ow. There's the W sound, ow, t. And there's the sound, about, not about, about. What about that? What about? You have that sound. Sometimes there isn't. What about? Very sharp. About. About. If you're Canadian, it would be boot. What about that? And then a. There you go, Canadian. But a isn't pronounced eh. That would be eh. It's a. A. So write it out phonetically. Now, also keep in mind, you write it phonetically based on your language. So for example, if this is French, that would be I, not a, I. So in French, eh would maybe be that. Or eh. EH would probably be eh in French. Eh. A good example of this is in French we have, or in English we have E and then I. And then in French we have E and E. This is E, not this. It flips. E, E. Same thing. So, yeah, there's accents and everything in French, so you can add all sorts of things. E would be that in French. So you write it out based on what works for you, what makes sense for you, so you can make that sound. Whether it's E or E or whatever it is, write it out phonetically. And that's going to get your lip sync much more solid to what they're actually saying versus what they are written saying. Especially if you have someone with a thick accent or who talks in slang or with like lisps or things like that. They might have a lot more S's in their speech. Or like, for example, if I slur my words or not, well, no, that's a lisp. So if I go suffering succotash, like that kind of thing, it's not a suffering succotash. It's suffering succotash. It's it's a TH sound. So it's very important. The accent that the words have when written out in words instead of characters. Yeah, exactly. You want to capture the sounds. Yeah, chaussette. That's a good one. Chaussette. So it's sh. It's not ch. If you were saying this in English, it would be chaussette. It's not chaussette. It's chaussette. So if we were, imagine an English speaker trying to write this out. My tablet's misaligned here. So if we were English trying to figure this out, it would be sh, o, sho, s, s sound, sho, s, e, t. Chaussette. Not Chaussette. Chausetti. Chaussette. So yeah. Hopefully that makes sense. Now what was I doing? Okay, cheek. Now, when you're animating cheeks, one thing to keep in mind is that it can be very hard to see what's visually happening here. What I like to do, and this is a tip I learned from Sir Wade. If you haven't heard about him, for anyone who hasn't checked him out, there's a link down below. He has amazing YouTube videos. He's an awesome guy, really, really nice guy. And he's got some great tips and tricks. He's also got a Twitch channel, which I would definitely recommend checking out and following if you haven't done so. But if you just go to shading, you can turn on wireframe on shaded. And what this gives you is this wireframe view on the rig. Why is this helpful? Because now we can see what parts of the face are moving and what isn't. Oh, is he hosting you? Oh, that's awesome. So, for example, as soon as I do this, I'm noticing that I'm getting a big relaxation in the cheek right here. See that line of the eye right there? It kind of comes up and then it relaxes way too much right here. So I might need to bring that up a little bit more. Tone that up. Let's see, could it be the bottom lid? No. Let's see, translate Y. There we go. So maybe something more like this. That's better. Suddenly it's not just relaxing and losing all the tension in that smile. You can maybe drop it a little bit, but not nearly as much. So this is a useful tool. As soon as I saw him doing this and I tried it out myself, it's like, I'm never going back. This is such a useful tool, especially for those micro motions. And you can start seeing things that you might want to tweak. So for example, I'm noticing that the corner of my eye here has quite a severe drop, which I might want to address within the blink itself versus after the blink. Because if it happens after the blink, it's going to feel very strange. That's when the eye should be relaxing, not suddenly just shifting. Same thing here. It's really dropping down there, so that's going to bring that up. So go into wireframe mode, see what you can see. It's amazing the difference in subtleties you can spot in here. Okay. Now, I could animate these cheeks all on my own. That would be no problem whatsoever. But the problem is I've spent a lot of time, for example, going over this mouth control and getting it just right, and going over everything else and getting all these fine details. Now I've got to start all over with the cheek. That sucks. Wouldn't it be nice if we could make it so much simpler? Well, luckily we can. I can take the animation that I've done on the mouth. So for example, as it goes out, sideways, that's the translate X. Let's take this, copy it, go to my cheek. I'm going to find my translate X. I'll buffer the curve. This way I have a backup of it. I'll just delete the animation I had on it before. And then go to edit, paste, and let's add that in. So I'm just going to paste this in and I want to connect and let's insert. Then I can adjust from there. Okay, so what's this going to give us? Well, now that cheek is going to, and actually I don't want to connect or insert, I want to merge. Edit, paste, merge. That's better. Okay, there we go. So what does this give us? Well, I know what. What does this give us? It basically gives us the same motion we had on the mouth, but now on the cheek. So now as the cheek goes out, or the mouth goes out here, the cheek does the exact same thing. Now it might be too much. In this case, probably a little too much. This is why I had my old curve in place. I buffered it. I can see, this is where my curve was before. Let's take this and scale it down to match more to my old curve. So close. Go a little bit more. So now the most extreme point is the most extreme I had before. Done. There we go. What's even better? I don't want it to be the exact same timing. So, boop, one frame off. Now I'm going to have an offset between the mouth and the cheek. Let's see. We can do the same with the translate Y. So this is the up and down of the mouth. Edit, copy. Actually, let me make sure I don't copy all the keys because we do have an extra couple at the beginning. Copy, go to the beginning here, translate Y. Let's buffer this curve, make sure we don't lose it. Delete. Paste. Boop. There we go. And that's our translate Y. And you can see it actually pretty close to what we had before. So now, as that cheek goes through, it moves down with the mouth as the mouth corner goes down, and then goes up, and is connected. Done. If we want to add some more visual appeal, offset it one frame. And now it's going to feel like it's fleshy and overlaps what the mouth is doing. And then we've got that. Now, for the cheek, really all I have to do is animate the cheek puff, which this is when the cheek, you can use it for like puffing out the cheeks like that, or I tend to like to use it for creating the feeling of fleshiness to the cheeks as they get pushed out a little bit more. Usually the cheeks don't quite get enough of it, I find. Now the other cheek, or the other mouth corner, I didn't really do much because it's not really visible. So for the other cheek, I'm just going to animate this myself. So translate Y. Let's keep it low at the beginning. I need puff, translate Y, and translate X for now. So cheek puff, let's actually maybe suck it in just a little bit here, kind of as it anticipates. And then as it comes through and up, let's kind of push that just a little bit more so we can get that nice roundness in the cheeks there. And then maybe just have it ease off slightly. We don't really have to worry about getting too complex with this. and then maybe bring it in just a little bit more here. Just to create some nice overlap. Maybe a little bit of a moving hold there. Okay. And that's pretty much that. What else can we do? Well, we can do the nose. The nose moves quite a bit along with the mouth. Now we do have some motion here on the nose. It's going to be on the translate X, so side to side. Right now I do want to make sure that the nose doesn't lead the motion, but instead eases out. So it's going to be translate X. I've got translate Y. Z is non-existent, so I'm just going to zero that out. Even the Y is so little. I'm going to build it in myself. So for example, here, the mouth is starting to come down. So I might kind of anticipate the nose just a little bit, kind of add kind of a sneer feeling. And as she smiles, it'll come down. Actually, no, because I'm going to be doing something else at the end, let's have it move down and then back up as she smiles. So something like that. Very simple. Translate X. This is side to side. Starts moving. I also need to make sure it doesn't rotate too much here. And then really shift it over. Get that nice connected feeling to the nose. Nostrils too. There we go. Now the nose is connected. Okay, what else can we do? Well, we can take the up and down of the mouth. If you actually look at the mouth, there is some up and down to it. It goes down here and then kind of up back at the beginning here. And I could push that a little bit. And then the other big thing I can do is push the squash and stretch on the face, which I think is next here. So let's see about that. So squash and stretch on the face is basically like this control up here and the one down below the chin. So as her face kind of comes down here, I'm going to offset it a little bit. So brows start to move. On frame 15. So let's offset that one more. And bring the head down just a little bit. Kind of following the brows. Now actually, if you really want to kind of simplify this for yourself, you could take your brow animation, copy that, take it to your squash and stretch control, edit, paste, and this is going to be completely wrong. So you'll notice that as the head goes up, it's going to be way too high here. That's fine. I can take what I have here and then just scale it down. So I want it just a little bit above normal. Especially this part. This is the skull. We don't want to go extreme with this. This is definitely something you want to feel more than you see. So it's just kind of neutral, neutral, neutral. I might zero this out here. Just simplify this curve. Maybe push this down just a little bit more. Let's see how this feels. It's going to be a little much, I think, but... Let's see. So I just want to get enough that I can feel the squash but not actually see it. So maybe a little bit more this way. Too much. But it's good that it's too much right now, because what this allows me to do is offset it and then see how it feels. Okay, that's not too bad. And then maybe push it just a little bit more here. Okay. I would much rather have too much than too little at this point, and then I can always tone it down. Okay. So we've got that. Now, let's take this curve. I'm going to copy it. Go to the chin control here and do the same thing. Edit. Paste. Oops. Make sure I'm on the right frame here. Edit. Paste. And offset it one frame. But now the problem is going to be, if I'm thinking about this correctly, is that as it's coming down here, her chin's going to stretch down. I don't want that. I want it to go up, squash the face. So I'm just going to go to Edit, Scale, and set my value to -1. This will flip the curve, and now we get a nice squash in the face here. So as she comes in, we get this kind of little bit of a squash right in there. Okay, definitely we're feeling a little too much in the head here, so let's bring that up some. Maybe about half. So now we have the squash and stretch on the face and the chin, and just going to add that extra level of fleshiness to the character. Now, keep in mind we haven't play blasted in a while, so this might all look like garbage. The joy of animation. Okay, I did cheeks. I think that's pretty much everything on my list. I only have hair on my list that I haven't done, but at this point I think I'm going to leave it for now, because it's just basic overlap. Oh yeah, and then this brow is still shaping itself too much, I find. And that's right there. It's this control, I think. Okay, I think I might just need to add a key here and have this kind of compress a little faster, so it doesn't just slowly transition. I think that might do it. And last thing before I play Blast is this control here. Feels like it's changing the shape of the eye too much right there. I'm going to bring this up just a bit so we still get that eyelid shape. I want it to feel connected, but I don't want to lose the shape of the eye. Okay. Let's call this for now because we've been doing this for a while. And let's see what we've got. Okay. And keep in mind, it might look horrible. So let's set all of this, make sure my Play Blast settings are correct. And this is going to be face 7, I think. Okay. So let's see what we've got. Hey, there you go. Not bad. There's definitely some things that need to be toned down. I think the moving hold at the beginning might be a little too much. Just a little. Oh yeah, I did forget one thing. The eye darts definitely help. I do need a little bit more time when the eye darts at the beginning because she's kind of... she darts her eye, but I'm not giving her enough time to think. And that's very important. She needs time to eye dart, think about what she's seen, and then react. She's eye darting and then reacting right away. The brows still hit a little too hard, so make sure you write all this down when you're thinking about this stuff. So, okay. The eye skin is fine. I was going to check on that. Brow moves too much. I fixed that. Okay. So, more time to think. Brows should ease a little bit more. Ease more. And Laster, thank you so much for the follow. Okay. The mouth is not bad. It does feel like it hits a little bit, so the mouth can ease a little bit more as well. Shoulders feel good. Nose feels good. The cheeks. The big thing I'm looking at right now for the cheeks is from the beginning to the end that we see the compression in the cheek. That's very important. Okay. I think those are the main things right now. If I can get those done, I think that'll be a good time to call the stream and get that in place. So, make sure my tablet's working here. So, what's first on the list? Again, make lists. It makes it so much easier because you notice a whole bunch of things. If you don't write them down, it's easy to go back into Maya and go, oh wait, what was I supposed to be doing now? So we need more time to think. That's the biggest one. If the character doesn't have time to think, we're not going to have a good shot. The character is just, it's not going to read at all. So she's kind of looking here. Frame 11 is where her eyes go. And Anake, thank you so much for the follow. Frame 11. She starts to blink on frame 14. Not enough time. Like I said before, the time it takes for us as humans to register something is about 4 to 6 frames in terms of animation. So this character needs at least 2 more frames here. At least 1, but ideally 2, in order to properly react to whatever she is reacting to. So I've got a few different things I could do here. I could just take my animation basically right here and just extend it 2 frames. And let Maya catch up here. So something like this. Now that might break some stuff. Might not. We'll have to see. Yeah, that's not going to work. I should have taken 1 frame before, I think. Okay. Yeah, let's take that, and I'm just going to go plus equals 2 in here to push out all 2 frames. And we'll see if anything broke. I might have to just tweak some moving holes in there. But that should be enough. Just those 2 frames. I never thought of that until I was told by one of my mentors. At first I thought, I don't need to write things down. I've got it all in my head. It's so obvious when I go into my animation what I need to do. And even when people would tell me, oh yeah, take notes, do this, do that. It's like, nah, I'm smart enough. I can think about what I need to do while I'm animating. And then one of my mentors really emphasized, take some notes, write it all down. And I went, you know what, I'll do it. People keep telling me to do it, I'll do it. Night and day. My workflow sped up so much. It was amazing. And like, not just speeding up, but getting to the fine details that are so easy to forget when you're animating. That was my favorite part. It's just like, suddenly you're animating and these things that seemed like they were so hard become so simple. It's so strange. Okay. I need more holds here, basically. I also have to extend my shot another 2 frames because I lengthen things. So let's kind of bring this down just a little bit more here. And ease that. Okay. So brows come down. Ease. A little bit more. And something like this. So I want to make sure I can feel those brows moving at the end here. Not much, but enough. Don't really need that key there. Okay. Now, mouth corner as well. So the mouth corner, it was mostly in the X, I felt. That it could be pushed some. And I wonder if, instead of pushing it in more, I'll just take this previous pose and bring that up more. Maybe a little bit of both. And then translate Y as well. Okay. Browse, and then I've got one more thing to do, and then we'll go for one last play blast here. Let's see. Feels like it's moving a little too much right here. So I might tone this down. Hey Noelia, hello! Yeah, and this is my lunchbox. Yeah, that's a little better. Okay. I feel like my translate Y is easing too much right now. Right here. I think I need to hit a little harder. And Spicy Wings, awesome username. Thank you so much for the follow. Up. Hit that and really hit it. Okay. So the problem I was having was the mouth kind of felt like it was just moving a little too slowly. Facial features move quickly. So I want to hit that a little harder. I think that's better. And I think maybe I can... Let's add a key here. And then kind of have it start dipping down a little bit faster here. Just so the smile doesn't seem so tight at the end. Something like that. Okay. And then the last thing I want to do was I want to animate the ears. Ears are a big part of especially smiles. So the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to take the cheek animation, which is the same as the mouth corner, take the translate Y of that. Let's copy that. Find those main ear controls here. And find their translate Y. Get rid of all the animation have on that. Edit, paste. Okay. Yes, ears are so important. A lot of people tend to forget about them because, well, ears don't really move that much, but they do move. Or if you want a good example of how much ears move, look up any YouTube video from Peter Hollins. He's a singer. He sings a cappella renditions of songs. Watch his ears. Especially with singing, when you sing, you really use a lot more muscle than when you're just normally talking. His ears move around a lot. It is great reference for really understanding how ears are attached to the rest of the body and how, well, when we move, those ears will move too. Now, actually, am I getting the right channel here? No, wait. The rotate Y is pulling the ears out. I need the translate X, not Y. Okay. Double check your axes as well. That's always helpful. So, translate X, boop. Edit, paste. Nope. What happened here? Oh, there we go. Hey, John. Hello. How's it going? Let's see. I'm going to offset this by 1 frame compared to the cheeks. And let's see how this feels. They're going down. So the curve is the wrong way. Easy fix. Select the curve, edit, scale, make sure it's set to -1, the value. Boop. Now the ears will go up. Now the problem right now is that they're going to be moving up too noticeably. So I'm going to probably scale this down by half-ish. So I can just go to edit, scale, value 0.5, scale. There we go. That gives us a starting point here. And that should probably be enough. I do want to kind of see it because her ears are visible here. Now, additionally, I could take my rotate X as well. Do the same thing. So, take that, delete. I always like to delete the other keys just to make sure that they don't get in the way. You don't have to, but it's a preference of mine. Oh, I sent you a link to a sync sketch on an energy pass for my shot. Ooh, nice. I look forward to checking it out. I'll have to check it out right after the stream here. Okay, let's offset that 1 frame. I might offset it 1 more. Just to create some variety in the ears. And what this will do is, as she smiles, let's double check what that rotation is moving. Okay, it's bringing the ears out. I kind of want to bring them in. As we smile, the ears tend to kind of tuck closer to the head. Oops, not scale that way. I want to scale, but make sure I'm setting this to -1 so that they're flipping. So now we've got this kind of slight detail of the ears right in there. Okay, so with that basically finishes my new list. Let's do a quick play blast. The big thing that we're going to be looking at is the time to react. Making sure she has enough time to actually think when she looks at something. Now, another note for everyone here. Don't do what I'm doing here and sit down for, it's been 3.5 hours without getting up and taking a break. Stretch out, like for me, my shoulder is getting tired just from like using the pen for so long. Get up, stretch, or even just do this, like stretch, twist your back a little bit. Just get away for a little bit. It'll help refresh your brain. Since we're doing a stream, I can't really stop halfway, but I guess I could put a pause. But be sure to do that. When I'm working on my own, I try to do that as often as I can. I actually set a timer on my phone to make sure that I take little breaks here and there. It's amazing how it helps your productivity. So let's take a look at this. That's much better. So you can see how those 2 frames add so much to that character thinking. It's not much, but it's the difference between this, where she looks and suddenly, like, it's like look, react right away, whereas here it's look, and there's this kind of little pause, this little kind of moment to think. I could probably push that maybe another 2 frames if I wanted to. If I push it any more, then I'm probably going to run into a moment where I need to redo my moving holds. Now, one last thing I'm noticing is right here at the end, the mouth is just moving straight up and down. So I need to push my translate X right in there. So that it doesn't just move straight up and down. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. And I might ease the shoulders just a little bit more. They kind of feel like they hit a little hard. Yeah, let's do that. That was supposed to be our last play blast, but oh, can't get away. I'm getting nitpicky. Okay. So it's right here. The mouth needs to come in a little bit more. And I might tone down the translate Y just a bit. This way we feel a little bit more of the X releasing than the Y. Okay. And then I was saying the shoulders. So this is going to be the rotate X, or sorry, Z. And it's right here. They kind of hit too hard right there. So let's ease that and maybe add 1 more frame there. There we go. So with that, let's turn off our resolution gate, and this is going to be our last one. I'm actually going to make this one a little higher res, just so we can see some details. Which probably will make it so that we see more mistakes. But, oh well. Gotta call it done at some point. We go. So let's see how this looks. There we go. Much better quality already. Okay. Dang it. I see something else. This is why you want to play blast at high qualities early. Look at the screen right eyelid. There's something shifting in there. I forgot to copy a frame. Okay, before I even go any further. So much for last play blast. Make sure those are keyed. So yeah, right there, you can see it. That shouldn't be like that. That's good. That's good. Okay, there's still something in there. It's this one, I think. Yeah. Ugh. the shoulders to the body as the eyebrows are to the face. Can't remember who said that. That's very true. The eyebrows definitely are kind of the shoulders of the face. I like that. Okay. And with this eye dart, I might just take this opportunity to take the mouth and maybe like the eye darts hits here. And as it hits, I'm just going to take this global mouth control and maybe try to move it up just a little bit. So it kind of has this like dart and kind of reaction to the lower face here. Very slight. And the reason I want to do that is it might add a nice little contrast to when she smiles and push that kind of squash in the face. Let's see if I can tone that down just a little bit more. I think that's going to be too much. Okay, let's try that. Exactly, there's no final play blast. At this point, this is where if you're at a studio, the shot will be taken away from you, not so much that you finish. Someone's going to go, hey, the deadline's tomorrow, bring it in, and that's it. We never really finish a shot. For example, I still have to do the hair. And the hair is not going to be that tricky, but that's better. Yeah, I like that tiny little mouth movement. It adds a lot. It's not really perceptible, but it just kind of adds a little bit of a reaction. If I wanted to push that further, what I would do is actually push the lower lip out as well. So it kind of like the pucker where the pout kind of pouts just a little bit more before we go into the expression change. The brows are still hitting a little hard, but at this point, I'm just nitpicking. The mouth definitely feels way better though. Yeah, I think we've got it. So there we go. Facial expression change. And this is an exercise I would highly recommend you guys do, where you just take two expressions, really try to make two really nice facial expressions, really push them to the limit, and then try to animate between them. And you can do this for expressions, for body poses, hand poses. Take one hand pose into another. So you do that, and then try to animate between the two. It's a great exercise. It doesn't take long. This, from the last stream took 3 hours. This one's been 3.5 hours. So this is a 6.5 hour project. To be fair, a lot of that was explaining the process. If this was me animating on my own, this would probably have been maybe 2 hours, something like that, if that, to get to like a high level of polish where we've animated the ears and everything. Like there's not a single control on the face that hasn't really been polished yet. And to be fair, a lot of it's subtle, but it's in there. So take 2, 3, maybe 4 hours. You could do 2 or 3 of these tests, especially like hands. You could do a hand animation in an hour. Do 5 of them in a day if you have a day off or really want to practice. You're going to learn so much from that. When you go into your next shot, it's going to be easy. Hand poses are going to be nothing to you. So take the time to do small tests. It really does help a lot. So I think with that, I'm going to call it here because I need to grab something to eat. But I hope this was helpful. I hope it was interesting. Hopefully it kind of showed a little bit of the thought process to animating a face. And thank you so much for the bits, A to the J. But hopefully it kind of shows the little tips and tricks on animating a face. And I know we've covered this a lot, but as a quick recap, one of the big ones is simply making sure you animate the expressions fast enough. What we don't want is this. That just looks creepy. That is not interesting. You want to make sure expressions move quickly enough. So for example, just getting a base here, this is what we started off with today. Like, it's better. Well, actually, technically, this is what we started off with. Let's start with that. So it's better, definitely missing a lot, and it kind of seems lifeless, but way better than the first pass. So from here, we sped it up, added arcs and simple things like that. And then from there, it's just a matter of polish and adding all of that interconnectivity. So hopefully that was helpful. If anyone has demo requests for future streams, definitely let me know. And yeah, I'll see you around. Best of luck on your projects for any of you who are in Animation Mentor. And I'll see you around. Bye.